beneath dense jungles, buried under desert sands, and lost beneath rising seas lie the remains of entire civilizations, once thriving, now vanished without a trace. No warnings, no explanations. Just the silent echoes of cities that rose and fell, leaving behind crumbling ruins, cryptic symbols, and questions no one can answer. Who were they? Where did they go? And how does a whole society disappear as if it never existed? These aren't forgotten footnotes in history books. They're mysteries that have baffled archaeologists for centuries. Cultures that mastered architecture, astronomy, and engineering, only to vanish, leaving behind nothing but riddles. From vanished empires in the Amazon to stone fortresses with no builders, the clues are scattered, incomplete, and unsettling. We're about to embark on a 4-hour journey into the heart of humanity's greatest disappearances. So get comfortable, dim the lights, and prepare to explore the ruins of worlds that time tried to erase. Somewhere in the silence, the truth still waits to be found. The summer sun pressed down on the plains of the Indus, as unrelenting as any living god, spilling its heat across a land that had long learned to thrive under its golden weight. In these fertile lowlands, where the river's braided channels coursed through dusty banks and spread out into marshy deltas, a city once rose, humming with the rhythms of trade and labour, of quiet faith and domestic routine. The people who built it came from lineages that stretch back through countless generations of pastoralists and cultivators, men and women who learned to channel the floodwaters of the Indus into fields of barley and wheat, who moulded baked bricks from silt and clay until entire neighbourhoods stood in perfect geometry, each street and avenue aligned as if planned by a single steady hand. They called their home Harappa, though perhaps they used a name we do not know, a word lost in time's slow currents. And there, in that land between river and sky, they lived for centuries in the dusty warmth, rising each morning to a chorus of bleating goats and the far-off jangle of cartwheels, turning raw clay into vessels for grain and water, trading bright carnelian beads and etched seals that carried symbols we still cannot read. It was a city shaped by meticulous order, rising from the earth like a promise of civilization in a world so often governed by chaos. The roads were laid out in neat grids, broad enough for ox carts to pass, and for vendors to spread out their wares of fish, legumes, and rough woven textiles. The brick walls of the houses rose in uniform courses, each baked to the same hue of ruddy brown that matched the soil and the river mud. In the lower city, families lived side by side, their courtyards and rooftops alive with the bustle of daily chores, the grinding of wheat into flour by hand-powered mills, the laughter of children chasing one another through half-finished construction sites, the hush of the older folks weaving mats or pressing wet clay into new shapes. Beyond these domestic clusters, the city's thoroughfares led toward market squares where caravans arrived from distant lands, bringing lapis lazuli from the highlands to the northwest, or rich cotton cloth dyed in shades of indigo. Peddlers displayed their goods on wooden tables, calling out to passers-by with voices raspy from desert dust, while camels groaned under the weight of cargo. Musicians plucked stringed instruments, their melodies floating like birds above the hum of barter and gossip, and the mingled scents of spice and wet clay hovered in the air. Further uphill, connected by ramps and narrower lanes, the city's elevated mound, what some would call a citadel, loomed over the sprawl below. Here, Larger structures of brick and stone stood, silent testaments to the city's sense of civic order. Granaries rose in thick-walled blocks, their interior spaces rumoured to be filled with cereals and pulses to feed the populace. Some nights, lamplight would glow behind the ventilated brick walls of storerooms as workers inventoried sacks of grain while scribes, or perhaps specialised officials, marked clay tablets or tags with those strange symbols we still seek to decode. And at dawn, from these storerooms, porters guided lines of bullock carts that rumbled down to the markets, carrying the lifeblood of the city. Food enough to sustain the thousands who called Harappa home, but also surplus to be sold or traded to merchants who came from every direction, from the arid frontiers of the northwest, from the lush coastal stretches downriver, or from unknown lands across dusty trade paths. The city was a crossroads, a place where multiple tongues might mingle in the markets, and where the steady pulse of commerce never ceased. On certain evenings, a hush would descend across the streets after the day's toil was done. Families gathered on rooftops to take in the faint breeze, the dark sky above them pricked with the glare of distant stars. Flickering oil lamps cast dancing shadows across the baked brick walls, and the call of nightbirds fluttered in from the riverbanks. Children dozed while elders told stories of mythic floods or half-forgotten gods, of times when the Indus rose with unquenchable anger, or the rains refused to fall, or the earth trembled beneath their feet. Even then, in their stories, the Indus was life itself, a restless presence that demanded reverence and care, but also offered fertility to those who could tame its shifting moods. And so, the city thrived in its routine, generation after generation, forging pottery, trading goods, building new wards, and burying its dead in earthen graves. No one could have imagined the silence that would come. In those last decades before the city's voice fell quiet, there might have been signs, a dryness to the wind, or a change in the patterns of the monsoon, or perhaps a faint tremor that rattled the brick foundations. But the people went about their tasks, trusting in the old rhythms. Potters still spun their wheels, turning lumps of clay into wide-mouthed jars. Metalsmiths hammered copper into tools or ornaments, the ringing echo of their labour drifting over the low roofs at midday. Farmers trudged into the fields on the outskirts of town, using the old canal channels to guide water into the furrows, coaxing the soil to give up its bounty of wheat and barley. Merchant caravans kept arriving, dusty from the desert roads or soggy from monsoon puddles, drawn by the city's reputation for stability, fairness, and trade. But the cracks were forming. Just a quick heads up before we continue. The visuals in this video help set the scene, but you don't need to watch them to follow along. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or as you're drifting off to sleep. Now sit back, relax, and let's get back to the stories. The Indus's flows seem to shift in unexpected ways, sometimes rising too high and sweeping away irrigation banks, sometimes meandering off course and leaving entire fields parched. Great storms that once reliably swept across the subcontinent might have faltered or changed their path, bringing the threat of drought. Or perhaps the problem lay not in the rains, but in the quiet hum of trade networks. Tales came from distant travellers that new powers were stirring in the west. Bands of horse-riding nomads or expansions of foreign kingdoms that disrupted the once stable routes. Whispers carried news of caravans vanishing, of frontier towns burnt, of once thriving outposts gone silent. None of it seemed direct or imminent, yet collectively it was enough to sow uncertainty among the city's merchants, who once believed that prosperity was a constant state of affairs. In the neighborhoods, families noticed subtle changes. A cousin who decided to pack his belongings and travel north, chasing a rumor of better farmland. A potter who sold his workshop and moved downstream, drawn by talk of a newly thriving port settlement. More ominously, some of the storerooms in the citadel granaries began to stand half empty as harvest yields faltered or caravans found it harder to bring in the needed surplus. Scribes carefully recorded these shortfalls with their undeciphered symbols, stamping seals into lumps of clay with lines and figures that still lie silent to us. Yet even if the broader writing is lost to time, the reality must have been visible. There was less grain than before, fewer goods exchanged in the markets, a creeping sense that the city's foundation was growing brittle. Still, life went on. Children grew into apprentices, elders died and were carried out beyond the city to be laid to rest in earthen tombs. Mothers busied themselves preparing lentils or fish from the market stalls, while artisans inscribed intricate seals with images of bulls or unicorn-like beasts. Day after day, the hum of the city seemed unstoppable, as though inertia alone could keep it safe from the storms on the horizon. Perhaps the city elders or a council of merchants tried to adapt, building new channels to direct the Indus's wayward flow, forging alliances with nearby towns to share resources. But the challenges were manifold: monsoon unpredictability, shifting rivers, possible raids or migrations from unknown peoples. And then, slowly, the exodus gained momentum. It likely began as a trickle, with households who saw that the wells in their quarter were running lower than usual, or that the caravans from the west had all but ceased. They might have loaded carts with their meagre possessions, matting, clay vessels, a handful of bronze tools, and set off. Some might have drifted south, following the Indus in search of more fertile lands where the waters still blessed the fields. Others went east, lured by rumor of better rainfall or new trade opportunities. Over years or decades, that trickle of departures intensified, turning into a quiet departure that left entire blocks of the city deserted. The once lively markets found fewer traders arriving each month, until entire stalls stood vacant, their owners gone to seek fortune or mere survival elsewhere. In the final stretches of habitation, the city must have felt hollow. Street after street of empty doorways, dust piling up in corners once swept clean by attentive tenants, the echo of footsteps lonely where once children played in droves. We can only imagine the last families who stayed, whether by hope or stubbornness. They might have continued drawing water from public wells until the water tables shifted beyond reach. They might have kept one small portion of the granary in use, rationing out the grain that remained. Perhaps a few local officials or elders tried to keep order, ensuring that the communal baths and drains, once a marvel of urban planning, did not decay into filth. Yet, it was a losing battle. Without the lifeblood of trade or the stable assurance of harvest, or simply the mass of a bustling population, the city could not sustain its old self. Little by little, the hum of daily life gave way to a profound silence. The wide avenues, once trodden by ox carts and donkey caravans, lay abandoned under the pitiless sun. The windows of brick homes stared emptily at the sky, and the carefully laid drainage channels, once a testament to the city's engineering, clogged with silt and debris. Structures fell into disrepair, roofs caving in under the weight of time, bricks eroding to dusty rubble. We can almost sense the final breath of the city's spirit when the last of its guardians, an old caretaker, a few devout families, a stray merchant, finally picked up and left, seeking respite from an environment grown hostile and uncertain. Decades or centuries might have passed before the desert winds finally claimed Harappa's streets in earnest. Sand and dust drifted in from the west, layering over the abandoned courtyards and burying the wreckage of once proud walls. Vegetation, where it could take root, sprouted in cracks and along the dried canals, its fragile greenery a quiet testament to nature's patience. The Indus might have shifted course, migrating away from the city's once watered edges, leaving behind barren mudflats and salty plains that crumbled underfoot. Without human hands to maintain it, the city's carefully regulated water system vanished, as ephemeral as a dream upon waking. In the centuries that followed, travellers might have passed by the silent mounds of brick and dust, curious about the remnants of walls that jutted from the landscape. Nomads with herds might have set up camp on the outskirts, unaware that they were sleeping near the bones of a civilization that once shone bright. Occasionally, a stone seal or a fragment of pottery might have turned up, half buried in the sand, a fleeting artifact of a people whose name and language were already slipping into oblivion. For an unfathomable expanse of time, Harappa remained this way, a cluster of forgotten ruins, weathered by wind and monsoon, unknown and unremarked. No written record survived to tell of its final days. No oral tradition carried its name with pride into future generations. The memories of its markets and bustling avenues, of its carefully constructed bath complexes and stately granaries, were lost to the relentless flow of years. And so the city's story might have ended altogether, sealed beneath layers of silt and secrecy. But though the city and its neighbours on the Indus had vanished from the living world, the land still held their echo. Baked brick does not vanish easily, and the ground retains scars where once walls stood. The Indus itself, though it might have changed course, could not erase every trace of canal or dike. And so, in time, explorers from far-off lands, or local farmers who stumbled upon strange bricks while ploughing, would find themselves pondering the riddle of these ancient remains. They would walk among collapsed walls of uniform brick, notice odd bits of pottery with intricate designs, pick up soapstone seals etched with mysterious symbols. They would wonder who these people were, how they lived, and why they left. The silent city offered no answers, only questions, and the largest question of all was, why did such a mighty civilization, so advanced in its planning and so widespread across the Indus region, simply fade away? No one could see the final departure with their own eyes. No one recorded the farewell. The evidence spoke only through empty granaries and silent streets, through buildings left half-built or swiftly abandoned, as though some collective hand had swept these people from the face of the earth. And in the dryness of the Indus plains, all that lingered was a hush, as if the land itself had swallowed their voices. When the first fragments of old brick and pottery surfaced amid the unremarkable terrain near the ancient mounds of Harappa in the 19th century, no one suspected they had stumbled upon the remains of one of the world's earliest urban civilizations. At best, these relics seemed like curiosities, odd lumps of baked clay with faint lines scratched upon them, or broken shards decorated with a geometry that hinted at a distant, sophisticated culture. Workers digging for railway ballast unearthed layers of uniform bricks, thick and heavy, each shaped with a precision that belied the notion of simple village ruins. Yet for decades, no organized effort arose to investigate these quiet mounds, and the memory of that half-buried city remained in a kind of historical twilight, waiting for eyes trained to see beyond the surface. It was not until the early 20th century, under the auspices of the Archaeological Survey of India, that a team of excavators led by men such as Sir John Marshall and Dayaram Sahni began peeling back the dusty crust of the land around the mounds at Harappa, and later at Mohenjo-Daro farther south, realizing with mounting wonder that they had stumbled upon something far older, far more structured than a mere cluster of medieval ruins. Brick walls rose in neat lines, forming streets and alleyways that spread out like the bones of a long-decayed creature. Pottery, beads and tools lay scattered in the rubble, telling silent tales of trade and craft. And in the deeper layers, spades revealed large communal structures, spacious granaries, wide public baths, drainage systems so advanced that they rivaled what modern cities had only dreamed of until recent centuries. Word spread swiftly among scholars. At first, the archaeology world reeled in disbelief. Here, in the Indus Valley, were cities contemporary with the early dynasties of Egypt and Mesopotamia, perhaps even older. Ancient bricks stamped with an intelligence that spoke of mathematics and civic planning, houses that boasted interior courtyards and standardized dimensions arranged on precise grids, streets aligned along cardinal directions, drainage systems that channeled waste and water with remarkable efficiency. And overshadowing all of this was the question, who had lived here, and how had they achieved such order? As the excavations expanded, archaeologists unearthed more artifacts that deepened the mystery rather than dispelling it. Tiny seals carved from soapstone or terracotta, each decorated with animals, unicorn-like figures, bulls, elephants, and etched with short strings of symbols unlike any known writing system. Jewelry made of carnelian and lapis lazuli hinted at far-reaching trade networks. Some stones originated in lands hundreds of miles away, suggesting robust commerce with distant cultures. In courtyards and workshops, lumps of metallurgical waste confirmed that copper and bronze were fashioned here into tools and ornaments. The bricks, always consistent in proportion, revealed a civilization that valued standardization and uniformity, not just in a single city but across a vast geographical corridor stretching from the plains of Punjab deep into Gujarat and beyond. But every new find carried within it an echo of questions. Where were the grand temples, the palaces, the monuments that so dominated the landscape of ancient Egypt or Sumer? Where were the ostentatious tombs, the elaborate royal burials, the inscriptions boasting of kings and conquests? Instead, the Indus sites presented a culture that seemed egalitarian in its urban layout. No overt palatial complexes, no towering ziggurats or pyramids. And overshadowing all these archaeological puzzles lay the greatest enigma of all, the Indus script, the meticulously drawn lines and symbols on seals and tablets that no one could read. In the decades to follow, as scholars and linguists struggled to decipher that script, the Indus civilization drew them deeper into its silent tapestry. Each symbol appeared with a haunting frequency: lines, loops, fish-like shapes, intersecting curves, anthropomorphic forms. Yet there was no bilingual inscription, no Rosetta Stone equivalent to anchor its meaning. The more philologists studied the script, counting frequency and patterns, the more they recognized its intricacy. Some claim the Indus script represented a Dravidian language. Others argued it might be linked to an early form of Sanskritic speech, or even a linguistic isolate that defied known families. Attempts to decode it based on comparisons to later Brahmi or Mesopotamian cuneiform proved fruitless. The short nature of the inscriptions, mostly less than 5 symbols, left minimal context to unravel. And so, the script remained a locked door, its secrets unyielded by the efforts of cryptographers and computers alike. Yet the script was only one aspect of a broader riddle. What had caused this vast network of cities, Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro, Dholavira, Ganweriwala, Lothal, and scores of smaller settlements to collapse around 1900 BCE? How had a civilization that thrived for centuries, forging some of the ancient world's most remarkable feats of urban engineering, simply faded away into scattered villages and isolated hamlets? From the earliest excavations, theories emerged like shadows cast by a flickering lamp. One of the first, championed in colonial-era scholarship, was the notion of an Aryan invasion, a wave of Indo-European migrants sweeping down from the northwest, armed with horses and chariots, overrunning the more Pacific Indus peoples. Early excavators pointed to scattered skeletons found in layers near Mohenjo-Daro's upper strata, imagining scenes of massacre. They saw in the Vedic texts references to conquests and fort demolitions, and they conjured an image of the Indus civilization crumbling under the aggression of these militarized newcomers. Yet, over time, this neat narrative began to fray. The skeletons, on closer inspection, did not bear the unambiguous hallmarks of violent death. Some showed signs of disease or slow decay. The so-called evidence of burning in certain structures no longer matched an attack scenario, but rather the natural or accidental fires that could befall any urban centre. And the more archaeologists studied the Indus region, the less they found that pointed to a single cataclysmic event of invasion and destruction. The disappearance appeared more gradual, more complex than any swift conquest. Another hypothesis turned to environmental change, a notion that resonated with the precariousness of life along the Indus. The river that once nourished these cities could have altered course, receding from some regions and swamping others. Tectonic uplifts might have shifted the flow of tributaries, rendering farmland arid and canals useless. Paleoclimatic studies of sediment cores hinted that the monsoon patterns underwent a weakening phase around the same era, less predictable rain, lower river volumes, and eventually a slow strangulation of agricultural surplus. Without stable harvests, cities that depended on centralized storage and trade would have withered. Migrants might have dispersed to regions where rainfall or alternative water sources still supported crops. Yet even this explanation, compelling as it seemed, did not account for every detail. Some cities like Mohenjo-Daro showed signs of repeated flooding, suggesting water might have been too abundant or too destructive rather than too scarce. Moreover, the scale of the Indus world was immense, spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. It would have required a significant widespread climatic upheaval to impact it so consistently. While possible, it raised the question of whether other factors, political, social, cultural, joined the climate in toppling the system. In parallel, archaeologists began analysing the material culture of the later Indus sites. They noticed changes in pottery styles, in standardised brick sizes, in the disappearance of certain crafts. The famous city planning seemed to degrade. Streets went unrepaired, drains clogged, uniform weights and measures fell out of use, and so forth. It appeared the central authority or collective ethos holding the civilization together was eroding from within. Some suggested a socio-economic crisis, internal strife perhaps, or a breakdown in trade links that had once supplied the Indus realm with needed resources. Others proposed a loss of ideological cohesion, a religious or cultural transformation that led people to abandon urban life in favour of scattered rural communities. Layer by layer, the archaeologists uncovered not a sudden cataclysm, but a slow unravelling. The final phases of habitation often showed partial occupation, certain neighborhoods vacated, others still clinging on. Granaries stood half empty or repurposed into domestic units. Decorative artifacts diminished in quality, replaced by simpler, cruder forms. Seals, once ubiquitous in trade and administration, became rarer. Some sites tried to preserve the old planning, while others spiraled into disorganized clusters of huts. This patchwork decline told a tale of fragmentation rather than a single cataclysmic blow, an exodus spread over decades, even centuries. Indeed, that is what confronted the earliest explorers of these sites, the ghostly hush of extensive ruins, with no single explanation for how the life in them slipped away. And, in a sense, that hush still lingers among the broken walls and undone roads, confounding attempts at a final pronouncement. For even in modern times, with advanced satellite imagery that reveals the dried courses of ancient rivers, with chemical analyses that trace changes in monsoon intensity, with ground-penetrating radar that identifies subsurface structures, the Indus collapse remains a tapestry of multiple threads: climate fluctuation, social transition, economic disruptions, perhaps external pressures, or some combination thereof. Beyond all this lay the haunting presence of the undeciphered script. On small stone or terracotta seals, on pottery sherds, on copper tablets, the Indus script beckons with its cryptic lines and figures, offering only brief glimpses into the minds of its scribes. Had it been translated, it might provide direct testimony, perhaps records of failing harvests, or of tribal migrations, or of political changes. It might mention a shift in religious practice, a breakdown of old rituals, or a plague that devastated the urban population. But the script remains stubbornly beyond reach. At best, scholars note that some of the sign sequences repeat in patterns reminiscent of a written language, an argument that it's not mere pictorial art. They see the signs on official seals, suggesting an administrative or official function. Some interpret repeated motifs as referencing trade goods or personal names, yet every proposed decipherment so far has collapsed under scrutiny, leaving the text of the Indus people as hushed as their empty streets. And so, the Indus Valley stands as one of archaeology's great enigmas. Even after more than a century of study, its identity is defined by what we do not know. We see the physical achievements, the enormous scale of cities, the labyrinth of roads, the water management systems that outstripped many contemporary cultures, the artistry of etched seals and carved figurines. We glimpse trade connections that reach to Mesopotamia, hinted at by Indus seals found at Ur, or by references to a distant land of Meluhha in Sumerian texts. We sense a society that valued uniformity and civic order, yet that left us no towering statues of monarchs, no bombastic inscriptions detailing conquests or genealogies. A mysterious quiet, a refusal to proclaim achievements in stone, a cultural impulse that emphasized the collective over the personal. These are the shadows that shape our impression of the Indus identity. Meanwhile, new generations of archaeologists continue to refine the timeline. Stratigraphic layers, radiocarbon dates, paleoenvironmental data, they all point to a broad corridor of time around 1900 BCE, when the major urban centers began a decisive decline. Harappa's population ebbed away, Mohenjo-Daro shrank, the city of Dhaula on the Rann of Kutch scaled back its intricate reservoirs and vanished from the historical record. People did not disappear entirely, of course. They scattered into smaller settlements, blending perhaps with incoming groups or simply dispersing into the countryside. Over centuries, the cultural memory of these great cities faded until the once living tradition of Indus craftsmanship and writing was no more than an echo. Every so often, a new excavation stirs the ashes, offering a flash of insight. A newly discovered site reveals an unexpected link or an architectural feature. Pottery residues suggest that certain trade goods or domesticated plants might have persisted longer than assumed. A re-examination of old data might reveal that the Aryan invasion model was overly simplistic, or that climate alone cannot account for the speed of the city's decline. At times, archaeologists pivot toward examining human skeletal remains for clues to diet, health, or migration patterns. They find hints of malnutrition in certain layers or disease that might have spread in crowded urban quarters. But each clue remains only a piece of a puzzle that has no final picture. Perhaps it is precisely this incomplete narrative that lends the Indus story its haunting resonance. Civilizations have risen and fallen across the millennia, Sumer, Egypt, the Maya, but often they leave behind clear evidence of conquest or environmental apocalypse, or else they linger in textual traditions that keep memory alive. The Indus realm, by contrast, offers no grand final monument, no inscriptions cursing the invaders, no monumental tombs of pharaoh-like rulers. Only the subdued hush of abandoned streets, the quiet departure of people who left behind their bricks and seals, their complex organization and city planning. It's as though they slipped into anonymity, carrying with them the blueprint of a once great civilization, dissolving into new forms of life that archaeology can trace only dimly. Modern excavations at Rakhigarhi, Farmana, and other sites continue to refine the mosaic. Some suggest that Indus traditions lived on in rural communities, that the memory of standardized weights and certain craft techniques persisted. Pot shards and design motifs from later eras show faint echoes of Indus aesthetics, implying that the civilization did not vanish overnight, but quietly reconfigured. Yet the cities, those grand, meticulously planned hubs, never revived. The seeds for new polities, such as the painted grey-ware cultures and the eventual rise of early Vedic society, took root in fresh soil with different languages and gods. The intangible inheritance of the Indus might have flowed underground, shaping the subcontinent's cultural bedrock in ways we can only guess. In the midst of these scholarly debates and shifting theories, one truth stands undeniable. The Indus people left a monumental imprint on early human history, forging a civilization that spanned hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, boasting trade, urban planning, and societal organization at a scale few societies at the time could rival. Yet they remain to us an almost silent culture, speaking only through half-deciphered artifacts, through skeletal traces of streets and drains, through the stubbornly cryptic script that refuses to be unlocked. Their demise, whether orchestrated by climatic shifts, the wandering flow of rivers, the arrival of new populations, or a slow unraveling of their own socio-economic fabric, remains the question that draws us back to the desert dust of the Indus plains. In that dust, archaeologists kneel with brushes and trowels, coaxing out every shard of pottery, every bead, every fragment of a seal that might yield another fragment of truth. And across the world, in quiet libraries and labs, scholars pore over data sets, analyzing isotopes in ancient grains, mapping dryness in pollen samples, or attempting new computational approaches to crack the Indus script's code. Each step might feel incremental, overshadowed by the sheer time that has passed since these cities flourished. but it speaks to a determination to piece together the tapestry, to give voice to a people who left no epic texts behind. And so, the Indus Valley's collapse endures as one of the great enigmas of antiquity. Perhaps we will one day find a seal bilingual with a known script, or discover textual references from a neighbouring land that shine a torch into the final days of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. Perhaps advanced climate modelling or new remote sensing technologies will unravel a more precise sequence of river migrations and environmental stresses. Even then, the story may remain elusive, because a civilization is not just walls and canals, not just trade routes and harvests. It is also beliefs and languages, memories of shared experiences, a tapestry of intangible heritage that can vanish more swiftly than the bricks or bones. In the end, perhaps the Indus Valley's legacy lies as much in its quiet dignity as in the scale of its accomplishments. It beckons us to question the fragility of even the most seemingly robust societies, to ponder how quickly the anchors of urban life can be dislodged by shifts in environment, trade, or social cohesion. It challenges us to see that civilization need not always declare itself in towering monuments or militaristic kingships. Sometimes it can be glimpsed in uniform bricks, in carefully planned water systems, in the whisper of seals passed between traders whose speech we cannot recreate. And when it fades, it may do so with a hushed finality, leaving the shell of its cities behind as a testament to a once flourishing order. As modern travellers journey to Harappa or Mohenjo-Daro, they walk the dusty lanes that once rang with voices and the clatter of carts. They see the great bath at Mohenjo-Daro, a structure so neatly sealed that even now, millennia later, it can hold water. They trace the outlines of granaries, the labyrinth of drains and manholes that underscore just how methodical these people were about cleanliness and planning. They stand in the midst of a vacant city grid and feel the heat of the midday sun, imagining the bustle that once filled the streets. In the silence, they might reflect on the endless cycles of rise and fall that mark human history, and the complexities that lead a once great civilization to fade from living memory. Those who linger late enough might sense the ghosts of that place, the intangible echoes of footsteps on brick roads, the murmur of traders bargaining in unknown tongues, the hush of scribes pressing wet clay with seals that read secrets we cannot decode. Perhaps, in that twilight, the Indus Valley's final enigma feels closer, not an abrupt tragedy, but a slow dimming, a centuries-long release of breath as one epoch gave way to another, and the Indus's voice fell silent, leaving only a question and the silent shape of a script on stone. The world has moved on since then. Nations have risen and collapsed. Languages and alphabets have taken form and faded, and deserts have crept across once lush fields. Yet the Indus civilization endures in the quiet vigilance of archaeologists, historians and seekers who still listen for the faint echoes in those ancient mounds. Time's relentless flow may have relegated the Indus people to the shadowy edges of our past, but it has not erased them entirely. The enigma of their disappearance, like an unanswered riddle, reminds us that history is never as straightforward as we might wish, and that the greatest truths can lie buried just beneath the surface, waiting to be rediscovered by those who dare to sift through the dust of ages. It is in that longing for understanding, in the quiet persistence of men and women who devote lifetimes to studying pottery shards and script fragments, that the Indus civilization still speaks. We hear it not in deciphered lines of text or monumental stylus, but in the questions that refuse to rest, in the dream of bridging millennia to understand how a people lived, worshipped, governed themselves, and ultimately faded. Their story, though muted, remains a living testament to the fragility and grandeur of human endeavour. And in the hush that pervades their empty granaries and sealed baths, in the silent labyrinth of their streets, we may catch a fleeting glimpse of our own reflection, pondering what future archaeologists may one day find when they sift through the remnants of our own world. They say that in the early mornings on Crete, long before the world turned modern, the sun would rise over the sloping hills and illuminate a kingdom unlike any other, a civilization that breathed beauty and ritual into every corner of its island realm. From the shining palace of Knossos, with its crimson columns and layered terraces, to the smaller settlements nestled amid olive groves and rolling fields of barley, the Minoans lived in tune with a land that seemed shaped by myth. The waters of the Aegean lapped at the island shores like a promise, bringing traders and ideas and endless possibility. The wind, scented with wild thyme and sea salt, carried laughter and the chatter of merchants speaking a half-dozen tongues. In palace courtyards, barefoot youths trained for the spectacle of bull leaping, while priestesses in tiered, flounced skirts made offerings of honey and oil to a goddess whose name is now lost to time. And above all, the sky stretched endlessly blue, a vault of colour so bright that it seemed to glow against the pale stone of the Minoan world. They were called the Minoans after the legendary King Minos, he who supposedly built a labyrinth to contain the monstrous Minotaur. Yet the actual men and women who inhabited Crete were no mere footnotes to myth. They were seafaring innovators, painters of swirling frescoes, architects of splendid halls, and skilled craft workers whose pottery travelled far beyond the boundaries of their island. They fashioned delicate jewellery from gold leaf, hammered with motifs of nature, bees, lilies, double axes, and sacred bulls. Their markets bustled with saffron traders from distant lands, bearing the rarest spices imaginable. In the labyrinthine corridors of the palace, scribes used a script we call Linear A, a script we have never fully deciphered, to record inventories of grain and oil, to keep track of tribute and trade. Walk through a Minoan storeroom in your mind, and you can almost smell the pungent store of olives, the brine of salted fish, and the ferment of sweet wine sealed in tall pithoi jars. There was prosperity in these storerooms, a sense of bounty, as though the gods of the seas and fields had smiled on this people for centuries. But it was not only the wealth of goods that made the Minoans distinctive. There was an undercurrent of reverence woven into the daily life of the island, reflected in every artistic flourish. One has only to stand before a Minoan fresco, if one could travel back in time and see it in all its original vibrancy, to witness a world alive with colour. Deep reds, ochres, blues that match the sky. Figures danced and whirled in fluid lines across the palace walls. Women in layered skirts, narrow-waisted, arms raised in some ritual gesture. Bulls captured mid-leap as slender youths vaulted over the animal's back. Griffins, dolphins, lilies, rosettes, an endless array of symbols that hinted at beliefs and ceremonies we can only guess at now. Even their architecture suggested an almost theatrical sense of space, with sun-dappled courts and grand staircases, colonnades painted in bold red and black. Far from austere fortresses, these palaces were centres of communal activity, religion, and administration, a stage upon which the Minoan civilization performed its sophisticated dance. It was a civilization that thrived on connection. Crete stood at a crossroads of cultures, Egypt to the south, the Near East to the east, the Greek mainland to the north. Minoan ships, sleek and agile, traversed the Aegean Sea, carrying goods and forging alliances. Lapis lazuli, copper, tin, and other valuable materials found their way into Minoan workshops to be transformed by the hands of skilled artisans. And along with these materials came stories, ideas, technologies. The Minoans eagerly absorbed and transformed them, weaving foreign threads into their own unique tapestry. Their trade routes bound them to distant ports, turning Crete into a linchpin of Bronze Age commerce, an island of seeming peace amid a world that often knew war. Indeed, one of the mysteries that still captivates historians is how rarely the Minoans appear to have embraced fortifications or standing armies. Their settlements, unlike those of many contemporaries, lacked massive defensive walls. Some have imagined them as a largely peaceful people, reliant on their navy or their distant alliances for safety. Others suspect that the power of their fleet or the complexity of their diplomacy deterred would-be invaders. But, for whatever reason, the Minoans of Crete seemed blessed with a kind of security that let them pour their energies into art, ritual, and commerce, rather than endless war. Yet no civilization, however prosperous or inspired, can exist in a timeless idyll. Beneath the surface of the Minoan world lay forces of nature that cared little for human harmony. The island sat on the edge of a restless geological region. Earthquakes were not uncommon in the Aegean. The ground underfoot could be as fickle as the sea. Ancient accounts, fragmented and half-remembered, speak of catastrophic quakes that struck Crete at different points, toppling pillars and cracking palace walls. Archaeology confirms that certain structures, particularly the grand complex at Knossos, were rebuilt more than once after destructive events. Yet each time, the Minoans seemed to recover, resurrecting their palatial life with renewed vigour, layering new walls over the old, painting new murals over the rubble. But around 1450 BCE, something changed. A crisis that went beyond the typical cycle of building and rebuilding, a calamity from which the Minoans would not emerge triumphant. Evidence of that final catastrophe can be found in the strangest of details. Ashes in rooms that once hummed with human activity, signs of sudden abandonment, partial collapses that left storerooms half buried, their contents strewn as though dropped in mid-task. Tools lay scattered on floors, vessels smashed or left behind, as if the inhabitants had fled in haste. Entire wings of the palace at Knossos appear to have blackened with fire. The famed throne room, with its griffin-flanked seat and basin, might have witnessed its last ceremony amid smoke and falling debris. Across the island, in sites like Phaistos, Malea and Zakros, the story repeated. Walls toppled or were set ablaze. Once bustling towns in eastern Crete were reduced to eerie silences, and everywhere the signs pointed to a single question: why this time? Why was this destruction different? Why did the Minoans, who had weathered misfortunes before, not rebuild yet again? Why did their cities and palaces slip into memory, leaving only partial traces for archaeologists to unearth millennia later? The memory of that abrupt collapse settles upon Crete's sun-baked ruins even today. Walk among the broken columns and rubble of Knossos, restored in places by the controversial hand of Sir Arthur Evans, and you might feel a strange emptiness beneath the reconstructed splendour. It is as though the soul of the place vanished with the last Minoan generation, leaving behind a shell that neither time nor reconstruction can fully animate. The once vivid frescoes are faded or reimagined, the labyrinthine corridors silent except for the shuffle of modern tourists who glance at the broken thresholds and wonder what it felt like to live in a culture that revered the bull, the goddess, and the swirling power of the sea. Some pieces of the puzzle have been found in pumice layers and volcanic shards. A massive eruption of the Thera volcano on the nearby island we now call Santorini occurred sometime in the mid-2nd millennium BCE. The scale of that event was almost unimaginable, devastating the volcanic island and sending tsunamis rippling through the Aegean. It likely blackened the sky with ash, altered climate patterns, and disrupted trade routes. For centuries, scholars have debated whether the Thera eruption coincided with the Minoans' downfall. The timeline is fraught with complexities. Carbon dating offers wide ranges, and the connection between Thera's cataclysm and the final ruin of the Minoans is still fiercely contested. Yet the presence of volcanic material in the ruins and the knowledge of how profoundly such an eruption could shock a maritime culture lingers as one of many possible triggers for the sudden collapse. Perhaps the Minoans, so dependent on sea trade, found themselves economically crippled or socially upended by the destruction of their fleets and harbours. Perhaps the farmland was choked with ash, the carefully irrigated fields laid waste, but natural disaster alone does not always spell the end of a civilization. And as archaeologists sifted through the debris of Minoan sites, they found other clues, Mycenaean blades, or at least the style of them, scattered in context that suggested conflict. The Mycenaeans, hailing from mainland Greece, were rising in power around this same period. Tales from later Greek tradition hint at an Achaean might that eventually overshadowed Crete, though the historical reality is more complicated than any single mythic narrative. Still, the presence of Mycenaean elements in post-destruction levels, architecture, pottery, and possibly weapons hints that after the initial blow, the Minoans faced intrusion, occupation, or perhaps conquest. But how overt was it? Was it a violent invasion, or a gradual infiltration by Mycenaean elites who took advantage of the weakened Minoan centres? In the midst of all these possibilities, volcanic wrath, earthquake, conquest, lies the deepest mystery of all, the near-total silence of the Minoan record at this final stage. Before their collapse, the Minoans left behind an abundance of pottery, murals, seals, and tablets, though their linear A script remains indecipherable. They built and rebuilt lavishly, and they traded with distant lands, ensuring that echoes of their culture reached foreign shores. But after 1450 BCE, that distinctive artistry and architectural flair diminishes sharply, as though someone simply turned off a flame that had burned brightly for centuries. Yes, certain motifs continue in Mycenaean art, and Knossos appears to have been occupied for a while under new management, but the creative heart of Minoan civilization, the bull leaping, the exuberant natural motifs, the goddess-centered worship, seems to vanish into the swirling dust of time. We find no mass graves that might mark a final stand, no extensive written accounts that detail the city's downfall. Only ruins blackened by fire, as if the last Minoan generation simply dissolved into the gloom, leaving behind half-answered questions in every charred doorway. Even the famed bull leapers, those agile acrobats who soared over the horns of massive bulls in the frescoes, seemed to disappear, their tradition no longer documented in the centuries to come. Did they succumb to the calamities? Were they exiled or absorbed into the Mycenaean sphere? Did some flee across the sea to other lands? Oral traditions rarely linger in the broken corridors of time, so we cannot say for certain, but the imagination conjures the final festival in a half-ruined courtyard, the last bull ringed by anxious spectators, the smoke of distant fires clouding the horizon as dancers pirouette in defiance of the doom they sense approaching. That image may be pure fancy, but it speaks to the tragedy of a culture that thrived for centuries, one that laid the groundwork for so much of what would follow in the Aegean, only to slip from glory to obscurity without leaving a definitive record of its end. For a while, modern scholars regarded the Minoans as a purely peaceful people, an idealized matriarchal culture that devoted itself to trade and art rather than war. More nuanced research in recent years has complicated that notion, suggesting that while overt militarism may have been less visible, the Minoans were hardly naive about the dangers of the world, and yet their final act still puzzles us. If enemies came from the mainland, where are the large-scale fortifications or evidence of drawn-out battles? If nature unleashed her fury, why does the pattern of destruction and reoccupation vary across different sites? If the Thera eruption was the key catalyst, why did some major sites continue to function for a generation or more before succumbing? Each question unravels into more questions, each clue leading to corridors of speculation where no single narrative can confidently reign. So we are left with the haunting images of collapsed columns, charred beams, toppled storerooms, and scattered pottery. We stand in the courtyards of Knossos, Malia, Phaistos, trying to envision the final days of the people who once thrived there. Fishermen, merchants, scribes, priestesses, farmers, potters, nobles in embroidered robes, dancers twirling to the music of lyres. We try to hear the echoes of their laughter or their laments in the silent stones. We search for signs of mass burials or frantic inscriptions calling upon the gods for mercy, but we find none that illuminate the final hour. The Minoans had achieved so much: advanced plumbing systems, elaborate religious iconography, a remarkable degree of cultural cohesion. And then, in what might have been the span of a single generation, that flame guttered out. In that vacuum of certainty, legends grew. Some saw in the Minoans the kernel of Plato's Atlantis myth, a great sea power undone by cataclysm. Others noting the labyrinthine architecture of Knossos and the bull iconography, imagined that the Minotaur myth was a symbolic retelling of how the Mycenaeans overcame a once mighty power. Still others have looked to the archaeological record for a more prosaic explanation, concluding that multiple factors converged: quakes, volcanic disruption of trade routes, foreign aggression, to produce a perfect storm of collapse. But none of these explanations fully capture the feeling of wonder and loss that lingers over Crete's ancient sites, the sense that an entire world of colour and ritual was snuffed out before its story could be told in its own words. If there is an image that perhaps best symbolises the Minoan spirit before the collapse, it is the bull-leaping fresco from the palace at Knossos, now partially preserved in the Heraklion Archaeological Museum. In that fragment, a slender figure is shown mid-air over the back of a charging bull, arms outstretched in a gesture that conveys both courage and grace. Flanking the bull are two other figures, one grasping the bull's horns, the other waiting with open arms to catch the acrobat. The background is blue, reminiscent of the sea. The bull is rendered in a deep russet hue. The figures stand out in white and red, capturing a dance that is both athletic and deeply symbolic. It speaks of a culture comfortable with daring physicality, reverent yet unafraid of nature's power, celebratory of life's dynamism. And then we recall that, within a short few generations, there would be no more Minoan frescoes of such artistry, no more bull-leaping festivals performed under the bright Cretan sun. The stage fell silent, the watchers departed. So it was that around 1450 BCE, Crete trembled. Maybe the tremor came from the earth itself, or maybe from the roars of armies and clashing swords, maybe from the thunder of volcanic ash raining upon the sea, or maybe from all these forces entangled together. But in that tremor, walls cracked, fires roared, and the bull-leapers of Knossos vanished. A vibrant tapestry of colour, ritual, and art was undone, leaving behind only shards of pottery, blackened foundations, and silent palaces. The Minoans' final hour remains veiled, their end lost in an ash-laden wind. As the skies cleared and the next waves of Aegean civilization advanced, the memory of Crete's golden age lingered only in scattered myths and faint echoes. Over time, those echoes would give rise to stories of labyrinths and monsters, illusions of Atlantis, and the fleeting notion of a paradise undone by fate. But for those who once danced across the palace floors, who once set sail from Cretan harbours, that final silence was complete, and thus we wait, with the rubble and the painted fragments, for someone to decipher the last lines of Linear A, or to unearth some hidden archive that might clarify that abrupt departure. Yet no such revelation has come. Instead, there is only a hush, a gap in the record where the Minoan voice should be. It calls us still, in half-intelligible whispers from behind museum glass, from the chipped surfaces of old amphorae, from the mosaic of collapsed architecture. And all we can do is piece together broken images and wonder at the day when the dancing stopped, the altars smouldered for the last time, and the great palaces, so splendid and so richly adorned, were swallowed by time itself. The story of the Minoans does not end where the ashes settle and the bull-leapers vanish from the frescoed walls of Knossos. Instead, it continues centuries later, with the spades and brushes of archaeologists who would try, piece by painstaking piece, to reconstruct a world whose final chapter remained unwritten. If Part 1 brought us to the threshold of that moment, when around 1450 BCE, Crete trembled and a civilization seemingly dissolved, Part 2 carries us into the modern era of excavations, theories, and debates, where each new artifact and each new layer of rubble has only multiplied the questions surrounding the Minoans' mysterious disappearance. It began in earnest with the work of Sir Arthur Evans at the turn of the 20th century, though he was not the first to notice Crete's ancient ruins. Locals had long known of a vast labyrinth near modern Heraklion, with subterranean corridors and puzzling passages. Some believed these remains to be connected to the legendary labyrinth of King Minos, where the Minotaur prowled. Evans, drawn by the stories, purchased plots of land around the site and commenced an excavation that would reveal the sprawling palace complex of Knossos. In the years that followed, he unearthed courtyards, storerooms, throne rooms, and vibrant frescoes depicting a culture more artistically exuberant than any previously known from this corner of the Bronze Age. Yet, as he worked, Evans encountered layers of debris and scattered remains that told a darker tale, signs of widespread destruction, blackened walls, smashed pottery, and structural collapses that spoke of violent upheaval. Evans surmised that the Minoan world had suffered repeated disasters, possibly earthquakes or fires, culminating in a final catastrophe from which the civilization never recovered. In some rooms, he found evidence of reoccupation, Mycenaean-style ceramics layered over Minoan. At times, older Minoan walls had been patched or rebuilt in distinctly Mycenaean patterns, leading him to propose a scenario where mainland Greeks, sensing Crete's weakness, arrived to impose their own culture atop the ruins of the old. Evans also looked to Greek myths for clues, believing that echoes of the Minoan downfall might be heard in the legend of Theseus, who journeyed from Athens to Crete to slay the Minotaur, thus symbolically overcoming Minoan power. It was an appealing narrative, one that cast the Minoans as the formidable but ultimately doomed civilization, undone by catastrophe, and overshadowed by the rising might of Mycenae. Yet even Evans' grand vision left many details unclear. The final destruction layer at Knossos seemed abrupt, but was it purely the result of a single cataclysm, or a drawn-out series of collapses spread over decades? And what truly caused the devastation to spread so broadly across the island, from major palace centres to smaller regional sites? As excavation expanded beyond Knossos to other centres, Phaistos with its vast courtyard and storerooms, Malea near the Gulf of Mirabello, Zakros in the island's east, archaeologists encountered parallel signs of violent endings. They found storerooms where pithoi jars lay broken, half emptied of oil or wine, as though someone had shattered them in a sudden flight. They encountered workshops cluttered with half-finished ceramics, lumps of metal that were never forged, and tools scattered haphazardly. These discoveries painted a tableau of disruption, as if an invisible hand had swept through the Minoan world and halted its beating heart. Yet the precise nature of that disruption remained elusive. Were these ruins evidence of a coordinated invasion, the torch and blade of an enemy who advanced from site to site? Or were they the marks of internal strife, perhaps fueled by famine or social unrest, triggered by environmental calamities? The presence of Mycenaean artifacts in the layers above strongly suggested that newcomers eventually dominated Crete, but whether they arrived peacefully to settle a land already weakened or forcefully as conquerors is difficult to pin down from the scattered shards of pottery and the blackened corners of storerooms. Meanwhile, from the late 19th century onward, another line of inquiry emerged: the connection between the Minoans' downfall and the volcanic eruption on Thera, modern-day Santorini. Geological studies showed that Thera's eruption was colossal, one of the largest in recorded prehistory. It devastated the island itself, leaving a caldera that filled with the Aegean waters, creating the dramatic cliffs still seen by modern tourists. Pumice and ash were scattered across the region, and there is evidence of significant tsunami activity. For a maritime civilization such as the Minoans, reliant on trade routes and possibly on farmland near the coasts, the repercussions might have been crippling. In some layers at Minoan sites, archaeologists found small amounts of volcanic glass, suggesting that ash clouds or pumice-laden currents could indeed have reached Crete. Yet pinning down exact chronology proved tricky. Carbon dating from the eruption layers on Thera yields ranges that place the event anywhere between the late 17th and mid-16th century BCE. On Crete, the final destruction layers of Minoan palaces center around 1450 BCE. That discrepancy, if accepted, places the eruption at least a century earlier than the main wave of palace collapses, thus complicating the notion that Thera's blast directly ended the Minoan world. Still, many argue for some sort of indirect link. Even if the eruption predated the final destruction by several generations, it could have set in motion a chain of economic or ecological setbacks, harvest failures due to climate disruption, waves of disease, or political upheaval caused by the breakdown of trade networks. This, in turn, could have left Crete vulnerable to external aggression or internal strife, culminating in the catastrophic events around 1450 BCE. And so, in the absence of definitive synchronization of dates, scholars debate the significance of Thera in Minoan decline. Some see it as the prime mover, an extinction-level event for the Minoans' maritime empire, while others view it as merely one factor among many, a powerful blow, but not necessarily the final stroke. Complicating matters further is the enigma of Linear A. The Minoans' primary written script remains largely undeciphered, save for a few phonetic correspondences gleaned from later scripts like Linear B. Because we cannot read Minoan records, we lack the historical narratives that might have clarified these final years. In Mycenaean Greece, Linear B tablets give glimpses of palace bureaucracy, references to gods, lists of goods, even hints of politics. But on Crete, the earlier Linear A inscriptions remained stubbornly locked to modern eyes, a silent library that could contain accounts of disaster, pleas to the gods, or accounts of warfare and alliance. If somewhere in those unreadable tablets lay an eyewitness record of the Minoans' end, we cannot yet access it. And so the civilization itself remains silent, leaving us to decipher its story solely through ruins and stray artifacts. Among those artifacts are the occasional Mycenaean blades, swords or daggers found in contexts suggesting a violent incursion. In some sites, the presence of arrows or spearheads might hint at conflict. Yet the evidence is patchy. The Mycenaeans certainly arrived on Crete, and in the later phases of Knossos, one finds architecture that resembles mainland styles, as well as pottery bearing motifs tied more to Mycenaean tradition than pure Minoan taste. However, did the Mycenaeans sweep through the island in a swift campaign, or did they trickle in across decades, gradually eclipsing local elites and replacing old palace systems with new ones? Historians differ. Some see a decisive conquest that crowned Mycenaean kings as lords of Knossos. Others see a slow infiltration, merchants, mercenaries, or intermarriages, leading to an eventual cultural fusion that overshadowed Minoan distinctiveness. In either case, the final result stands. The Minoan palaces did not rise again. Their vibrant frescoes, so full of swirling life, gave way to the comparatively rigid styles of Mycenaean art. The labyrinthine architecture, once open and oriented around grand courtyards and communal spaces, began to resemble more fortified hierarchical designs. The goddess figures and bull iconography, though never fully erased, lost their central place. It was as if the distinctive Minoan worldview, so attuned to motion and colour, had been absorbed or drowned by the more militarized Mycenaean culture. And in those centuries that followed, the brilliance that had once emerged so naturally from Cretan soil dimmed, replaced by the forging of swords and the forging of empires that would later unfold on the Greek mainland. By the time classical Greece rose many centuries later, the memory of Minoan Crete had become inseparable from myth. The labyrinth, the Minotaur, the cunning of Daedalus, the doomed youth of Athens paying tribute to a half-beast in the darkness. This imaginative tapestry woven by Greek storytellers and later generations gave rise to all manner of speculation. Could the Minoans, with their advanced seafaring and palatial organization, have been the true root of Plato's Atlantis myth? The dialogues of Critias and Timaeus speak of a powerful island empire that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night, a statement that no serious historian takes literally, yet it reflects a tale of a civilization destroyed by cataclysm. The parallels with the Minoans are tempting: their mastery of the seas, their sudden end, the possibility of a volcanic or seismic apocalypse. Even the massive eruption at Thera conjures images of an island sinking scenario. Countless enthusiasts have latched onto these details, weaving elaborate arguments that place Atlantis in the Aegean. But mainstream archaeology remains circumspect, pointing out that Plato wrote more than 1,000 years after the Minoan collapse, and his dialogues likely served a philosophical allegory more than a historical record. Still, the idea persists in popular imagination that Crete's lost civilization might be the origin of Atlantis, or at least the seed from which the story grew. In the hush that follows every argument, every debate, we return to the battered stones themselves. At Phaistos, archaeologists discovered a courtyard bearing the scars of intense fire, with half-melted plaster and carbonized wooden beams. At Malea, entire wings of the palace seemed abandoned abruptly, vessels left where they fell. At Zakros, which had once been a bustling port city, a thick layer of debris sealed off rooms that had once stored exotic goods brought from far-flung harbours. Each site speaks of chaos, earthquakes, flames, looting, or a combination of all three. Yet each site also hints that after the destruction, something else took root. In some places, Mycenaean influences emerged as if layered onto the charred skeleton of Minoan style. In others, settlement resumed in a diminished form, never approaching the old grandeur. Over generations, the very memory of the vibrant Minoan tapestry faded, while the Greek mainland states rose in prominence. By the time of the Trojan War, if indeed it occurred around the 12th century BCE as tradition suggests, Crete was merely one more territory overshadowed by Mycenae, Sparta and others. One cannot help but wonder what might have been recorded in a Minoan chronicle had the scribes lived long enough to complete it. Would they have described the sea turning black with ash from Thera, the harvest failing under a dust-choked sky, and the frantic pleas to the snake-wreathed goddess in hopes of averting disaster? Would they have recounted the arrival of foreign fleets bearing men in bronze armour, brandishing new types of swords? Or perhaps they would have told a more nuanced tale of internal divisions, of local rulers vying for power in the wake of environmental shocks, fracturing the once unified island into warring polities, each too weakened to stand against outside aggression. In the end, we are left with the raw physical evidence: pumice, ash, quake-damaged walls, charred timbers, scattered weapons, a swirl of Mycenaean cultural signatures. But nowhere do we find a definitive final statement from the Minoans themselves, a carved stele, or a set of stone tablets describing their last moments. This absence has allowed multiple theories to flourish, each championed by scholars hoping to tease out the truth from silent stones. The volcanic cataclysm theory retains a strong hold on public imagination. The conquest theory, supported by Mycenaean influences in the post-destruction layers, also has persuasive force. A combined approach suggesting that the Minoans were fatally weakened by natural disasters, opening the door for Mycenaean domination, satisfies many. Others propose additional complexities, perhaps disease spread through the region, or famine, or political upheaval that erupted into civil strife. Crete's geography, with mountainous interior regions and far-flung coastal settlements, may have had a role in fracturing unity once the central palaces lost their grip. At present, no single explanation claims universal acceptance, and so the Minoans' disappearance remains one of the great riddles of the Bronze Age. It is a riddle not just of how a people vanished, but also of how a culture that had lived in seemingly stable prosperity for centuries could unravel so swiftly. The sophistication visible in their art, architecture, and urban planning attests to a society that had achieved an enviable balance, prospering through trade, celebrating artistic expression, and managing large-scale palace complexes that administered land and resources across Crete. To see that tapestry torn asunder, with so little surviving record of the final chord, leaves an unsettling gap in human history. In modern times, visitors to Crete can walk the reconstructed corridors of Knossos, climb the stepped theatres, and peer into storerooms stacked with replica pithoi jars. They can glimpse the frescoes, a mixture of original fragments and Evans' sometimes speculative reconstructions, depicting lithe figures leaping over bulls or cavorting in gardens of blue monkeys and saffron gatherers. Outside, under the same scorching sun that once shone on Minoan festivals, a hush seems to linger, as though the ghosts of that vanished civilization are still waiting to speak. The sea, shimmering on the horizon, lulls with the same tide that carried Minoan ships to the distant ports of the ancient world. Tourists may snap photos, reading brief placards about the potential link to Atlantis or the destructive might of Thera's eruption. But for those who pause, letting the dust of millennia settle, there is a profound sense of loss, an echo of a laughter that ended too soon, a dance that never concluded. In that echo, we find the seeds of Atlantis speculation, the labyrinth myth, the stories of half-bull monsters and heroic youths. Humanity has always tried to fill the void of a lost civilizations with narratives that satisfy our craving for resolution. Perhaps the Minoans, so graceful and worldly, seem too good to have met so mundane an end as slow decline or foreign takeover. So we conjured the vision of a cataclysm that swallowed them whole, a moral allegory of hubris undone by divine wrath. Perhaps, too, the myth of King Minos and his labyrinth captures some essence of Minoan life, its penchant for complex architecture and ritual bull reverence, but refracts it through the lens of later Greek imagination until it becomes a story of bestial curses and heroic victory. Ultimately, we can only guess how the Minoans themselves would have told their final story, had they left behind a comprehensible text, or had their descendants preserved the memory more directly. Still, archaeology continues to unearth new finds. Occasionally, a forgotten site emerges, revealing fresco fragments or unexpected artifacts that add nuance to the puzzle. Stratigraphic analyses may refine the timeline by a few decades, or new scientific techniques may re-examine the pumice deposits from Thera, adjusting the eruption date. Each discovery sparks fresh debates, reinvigorates old controversies, and challenges the comfortable narratives woven over the last century. In the end, however, the silence at the core of the Minoan collapse remains, an eloquent void that invites speculation but withholds closure. Thus, the Minoans stand alongside other ancient cultures, like the Harappans of the Indus, the Olmec of Mesoamerica, or the Rapa Nui of Easter Island, whose declines have baffled scholars for generations. Each case reminds us that sophistication is no guarantee of survival, that artistry and urbanity can vanish in the face of disaster or invasion or the slow workings of time. Yet the Minoans have a special place in our collective consciousness, perhaps because they were so intimately connected with the wellspring of Western myth. They appear at a pivotal crossroads between the mythic age of gods and heroes and the historical era of Mycenae, Athens and Sparta. Their influence on mainland Greece, particularly in areas like art, iconography, and even religious syncretism, was subtle yet undeniable, and helped shape the cultural milieu from which Hellenic civilization would later emerge. In the end, we can only say that around 1450 BCE, the palaces burned, the bull leapers vanished, and a hush descended on Crete, one so profound that no final chronicle or grand inscription explained the cause. Excavations in the 20th and 21st centuries unveiled the volcanic shards from Thera, the Mycenaean blades scattered in the rubble, and the evidence of fires and quakes that shook the island's foundations. Yet the deeper truth, the final lived experience of the Minoans themselves, remains lost. Were they terrified refugees crossing the Aegean in small boats, seeking new homes on foreign shores? Were they a conquered populace forced to bend the knee to Mycenaean warlords who cared little for bull-leaping rituals and goddess cults? Did some pockets of Minoan tradition linger in mountain enclaves, merging over time with the mainland ways until a hybrid culture emerged that later Greeks only half remembered? We cannot say with certainty. What remains is the striking silence, a riddle carved into Crete's ruined stones, whispering that no great civilization, even one that seemed so endlessly vibrant, can escape the tides of time and fortune. To wander among the ruins today is to stand in the footprints of vanished dancers, to see where columns once soared in bold red and black, to trace the outlines of storerooms once laden with the bounty of trade from across the Mediterranean. It is to imagine a final feast that might have been interrupted by tremors or the distant roar of invading armies, and to hear the echo of a conch shell that once summoned these islanders to ceremonial courtyards. It is to sense in the dryness of the wind a faint memory of incense rising before altars, of saffron gatherers scaling the craggy hillsides under a dazzling sun, of ships with double-axe motifs painted on their prows, navigating a sea that could turn treacherous in an instant. For all the technology and knowledge we possess, we remain outside that vanished moment, deciphering the fragments of a story whose last pages are torn away. And so the Minoans pass into legend, the first advanced civilization of Europe, whose artistry and maritime prowess lit the Bronze Age with a brilliance that endures in fresco fragments and labyrinthine ruins. Their disappearance is neither total nor truly final, for they live on in the threads they contributed to later Greek culture, and in the fascination they still arouse among scholars and dreamers alike. But there is a sorrow in that incomplete farewell, a reminder that the line between myth and history is fragile, especially when a people's voice is silenced. The Minoans might well have told us a story of resilience had they survived. They might have described their reconstruction after each quake, their negotiations with Mycenaean princes, their wisdom gleaned from centuries of seaborne commerce. Instead, all we have are the ashes, the broken walls, and an enduring enigma that invites us to peer backward into the mists of time, seeking answers that remain forever just out of reach. For all the roads the Minoans built, for all the scripts they etched into clay, for all the harbours that launched their ships into the wide Aegean, their final passage into oblivion offers a stark and humbling lesson. Civilizations, however grand, can falter when confronted by a convergence of disasters, be they natural, human, or some mixture of both, and leave behind only the faintest echoes of their once great voice. In the long perspective of human history, Crete in the Bronze Age was a spark that flared bright and warm, illuminating an artistic and cultural horizon that still has the power to captivate us. But like so many sparks, it faded more swiftly than we would have believed possible. The Minoan silence endures, fueling tales of Atlantis and fueling imaginations that refuse to accept that a world so beautiful could simply crumble without imparting its final testament. Yet perhaps there is a testament after all, one that rests not in text or stone, but in the intangible echoes of their legacy. The bull dances on in Greek myth, the labyrinth endures as a symbol of mystery, the swirling patterns of Minoan fresco art echo in subsequent Mediterranean styles, and hints of their maritime prowess live on in every Greek tale of sea journeys. Their story, though incomplete, is a vital chapter in the broader narrative of the ancient world. A chapter that reminds us of beauty's fragility, of cultural brilliance undone by forces that may remain unrecorded, and of the power of the archaeological record to give partial voice to the mute remains of the past. And so we conclude, acknowledging that the Minoans have vanished, leaving their vibrant world snuffed out in the haze of ash and ruin. Their great palaces, once teeming with colour and movement, lie in tumbled blocks, visited by tourists but no longer echoing with the footfalls of the bull leapers. Their ships, which once sliced the Aegean with cargoes of saffron and gold, are long decayed into the silt of harbours that have changed shape with the passing centuries. Yet the puzzle of their end remains carved into Crete stones, a riddle that no single theory can wholly solve. In that riddle lies the heart of the Minoan mystique. They exist at the threshold between known history and mythic wonder, beckoning us to ponder not just how they died, but how they lived, with such artistry and grace that their ruins still whisper of lost ceremonies, of dancers who soared above bulls, and of a civilization whose finale was as dramatic as it was abrupt. It was not the kind of jungle you walk through so much as the kind you sink into, where the air itself feels thick as honey, pressed between the broad leaves of towering ceiba trees and the braided vines that twist around trunks as old as time. Centuries later, visitors and explorers would describe the place as overwhelming, a green that seemed to flow from every corner of the earth, from the ground littered with fallen palm fronds to the canopy so high that sunlight filtered down only in broken shards of brilliance, flickering on ferns and broad-lobed plants in constant humid half-light. But for the people who lived here, the people who knew the forest as intimately as one might know the lines of one's own hands, it was simply home, a land of births and rites and harvests, of monuments hewn from stone, of altars raised to ancestors and gods whose names the West would not even begin to translate until many centuries in the future. They called themselves by names we do not entirely know, for so much of their language and memory has vanished, leaving only glyphs carved into jade or basalt, half deciphered and wearing away with every rainy season. We, in the modern era, have labelled them Olmec, a name that scholars debate and refine, derived in part from words that once reference the people of the rubber country. But that name, neat and convenient as it is, conceals the complexity and reach of a culture that emerged out of the Mesoamerican lowlands more than 3,000 years ago, shaping an entire region's destiny before, almost as suddenly, dissolving back into the green from which it came. Yet if we let ourselves imagine the time when the Olmec reigned, we have to step back into a world of constant heat, perpetually saturated air, and soils that could be fertile and treacherous at once. In the southern Gulf Coast region of what is now Mexico, particularly around the states of Veracruz and Tabasco, the land is laced with rivers that carry rich silt from distant uplands, depositing new layers each rainy season, swelling into wetlands that breed insects by the millions and sustain the watery fields of maize and beans. The forest is both benevolent and cruel, offering timber, fruits, fish, game, and yet also harbouring venomous snakes, jaguars whose eyes reflect pale starlight, and storms that can flatten everything for miles. In that dynamic environment, perhaps, the Olmec found both the raw resources and the impetus for building something truly remarkable. Cities that rose from the swamps and knolls, ceremonial plazas fringed by earthen mounds, and most famously, the colossal heads, some taller than a man, carved in basalt, with features so distinct that one can read in them not merely stylized faces, but personalities that must have belonged to living rulers or venerable ancestors. When the first outsiders stumbled upon these heads centuries later, half buried in the jungle floor, they could scarcely believe that such artistic and architectural feats belonged to an era that long predated even the Maya. Yet the heads were only the largest stone whispers of a civilization whose real accomplishments dwelled in a subtler domain, the forging of a distinct worldview, a pantheon populated by half-jaguar deities and feathered serpents, a system of trade that spread precious goods and cultural motifs far beyond the Heartland, and a mastery of the environment that allowed them, at least for a time, to flourish in a place few would describe as forgiving. Imagine, then, those earliest days of Olmec ascendancy, somewhere around 1200 BCE, or perhaps earlier still, when a band of people seeking better farmland settled near the confluence of rivers, discovering that the lush floodplains here could yield more than enough crops to support a permanent settlement. The forest edge would have been loud with insects, alive with the calls of macaws and the rustling of spider monkeys overhead, their bright eyes peering down with mild curiosity at these two-legged creatures clearing small patches of land for maize fields. If you stood quietly among them, you might watch as they tested the soil, hammered stakes into the ground, and cut back vines to make space for dwellings. The earliest houses would have been simple, wattle and daub walls, thatched roofs letting smoke from the hearths trickle out into the night sky. But as the population grew, so did the complexity of social organization, prompting the rise of specialized artisans, religious officiants, leaders who coordinated labor, and eventually the impetus to create something that would anchor the community in both space and story. A ceremonial center, a place where the mortal and the divine could meet, and from that impetus would spring the first glimmerings of Olmec civic design, with plazas aligned not merely for convenience but according to astronomical patterns, so that the rising sun on particular days might illuminate a central altar or a carved monolith depicting half-divine kings in jaguar headdresses. As the decades passed and the settlement grew, labourers began hauling massive blocks of basalt from quarries many miles away, often transported by raft along rivers during the rainy season. The stone was heavy. Some pieces weighed as much as 20 or 30 tons, and it required remarkable organisation to move them across the watery terrain. But move them they did, eventually sculpting them into the looming heads that remain among the most iconic artefacts of pre-Columbian America. Each face, carved with thick lips and heavy-lidded eyes, wore a distinct expression that might suggest power or vigilance or even the faintest trace of introspection. The headdresses, sometimes reminiscent of a protective helmet, signified status, lineage, or the merging of human rulership with mythic power. By around 900 BCE, sites such as San Lorenzo had become true centres of regional influence, boasting not just the colossal heads, but also a wealth of smaller carvings, altars, thrones, figurines, made of jade, serpentine, or other prized stones. These objects reflected a deep symbolic language, replete with motifs of transformation, human faces merging with jaguar features, symbolic axes that might represent thunderbolts or cosmic energy, swirling designs that possibly invoked water or the cycles of fertility. Rich farmland supported the population, surpluses fed artisans and elites, and local rulers who claimed a divine mandate used these surpluses to strengthen their control, forging alliances with neighbouring areas to secure exotic materials like obsidian for blades, jade for ritual objects, and possibly even cacao or other precious commodities that signalled wealth. All of this thrived within the context of an environment that was, at times, dreadfully fragile. The cyclical flooding that enriched farmland could also wipe away entire villages if the rivers rose too fast, or if a hurricane pummeled the coastline, driving tidal surges inland. The tropical climate was not always stable. Evidence suggests that periods of prolonged drought could occur, stressing the agricultural base that sustained the entire social pyramid. And the thick vegetation that offered timber for building and game for hunting also concealed predators, both animal and human. For in this land, warfare likely existed, though the monumental record left by the Olmec does not portray as much explicit militarism as would come later among the Maya. Yet the potential for conflict would always lurk, sometimes quietly, sometimes violently, in the background. Still, for centuries, the Olmec Heartland remained a cultural magnet, pulling new influences in, sending goods and ideas outward. At the site of Leventa, ceremonially aligned complexes sprang up around an earthen pyramid nearly 100 feet high, an extraordinary feat of engineering for its time, erected from clay and earth carried by human hands. Burials of elite individuals revealed offerings that included finely crafted jade masks, obsidian knives, and exquisitely carved celts with swirling motifs. The Olmec artisan's mastery of jade, carving it into polished figurines that sometimes depicted were jaguar infants or elongated heads with piercing eyes. Imagine standing in the central plaza during a festival day. The air would be close and warm, thick with the smell of burnt copal incense wafting from altars where priests in jaguar pelts chanted invocations. People, men, women, and children would gather, some having walked for days from outlying villages, bringing maize, beans, squash, perhaps fresh fish from the rivers, perhaps rubber balls or woven baskets for trade. Smoke from cooking fires would drift upward, mixing with the lively chatter of the crowd, punctuated by the clang of stone tools shaping fresh figurines or the steady pounding of carved steps as dancers performed a ritual. If you listened carefully, you might hear the low hum of a shell trumpet calling from a temple platform, or the rhythmic beat of wooden drums echoing across the plaza. In that moment, the city would feel vibrant and alive, seamlessly weaving the spiritual, the social, and the ecological into a tapestry of human existence. Yet, as we move forward in time, through the centuries that approach 500 BCE, something changes in the Olmec world. Sites that once bustled with activity show signs of decline. The once great city of San Lorenzo had experienced a major collapse around 900 BCE, possibly linked to shifts in river courses, environmental exhaustion, or internal strife that might have undermined the authority of the ruling class. Laventa rose to prominence afterward, continuing the Olmec tradition of monumental building and sophisticated art, only to eventually wane as well. By 400 BCE, the date commonly cited for the effective disappearance of the Olmec as a dominant cultural force, these lush ceremonial centres had grown quiet, their sculptures left in place or deliberately defaced, their altars no longer tended by a living priesthood. The jungle, relentless in its growth, began to reclaim the earthen pyramids and causeways, letting vines creep over once proud courtyards, letting moss and lichen spread across carved basalt faces that gazed into an emptiness now devoid of worshippers. How does a civilization melt away so thoroughly in the green? One might walk through the ghostly ruins, though at that time they wouldn't have been called ruins, merely old precincts overshadowed by new powers, and see half-buried altars or cracked stone heads looming in partial silhouette beneath the broad leaves, a sight so surreal that future explorers would half believe they had dreamed it. Birds would perch on the basalt crowns of former kings, chattering in the early morning light, while below, reptiles slid through the undergrowth, untroubled by the silent rows of deserted plazas. The people did not vanish overnight. No culture simply flickers out like a candle in the wind, but the centres that once defined Olmec power lost their coherence, their population dispersing to other regions or merging with emerging polities that would eventually form the basis for later cultures such as the Maya and the Zapotec. The vanishings left no epic text to record them, no single event we can point to as the final blow. And so, from an outside vantage, it seems as if the Olmec simply decided one day to walk away, leaving behind the colossal stone heads as silent witnesses to a story that remains only half told. But let us not jump too far into speculation about the reasons for their departure. That belongs to another telling, another part of the story where archaeologists sift through silt and scholars propose reasons. For now, we linger in the time just before the final fade, when the jungle had already begun to wrap its fingers around the edges of the old capitals, even as certain pockets of Olmec tradition still thrived. Priests might still tend the altars in some lesser-known site, lighting incense in a final, dutiful attempt to keep the cosmic order intact, while the corridors of certain royal compounds lay eerily empty, the wind rattling through bamboo screens that had once been carefully replaced each season. And if you walked those pathways at dusk, you would feel the hush of endings creeping in. Perhaps the old generation recognized the signs: shorter rainy seasons, or maybe new conflicts flaring up over the best farmland, or a diminishing faith in the old pantheon as social stress mounted. Maybe the chieftains realized that trade routes they once controlled were shifting, that new powers in the west or south had begun to dominate commerce. Maybe a generation of leaders died without a clear successor, fracturing the unity that once bound the realm together. Regardless, the result was the same. By 400 BCE, the Olmec civilization as a distinct cultural force had receded, as though absorbed by the very swampy landscapes they once tamed. Their descendants, those who carried shards of Olmec tradition, would live on, weaving aspects of Olmec religious imagery and artistic styles into the next wave of Mesoamerican cultures, ensuring that the giant stone faces and the half-jaguar deities continued to echo across centuries. But the heart of that primal realm, the civilization that carved out the earliest known monumental temples in the region, no longer pulsed with its old vigour, its altars grown cold, its story left to the hush of the forest. Even the rubber trees from which the Olmec likely extracted latex to craft the ritual balls used in the Mesoamerican ball game continued to thrive in the wild, their sticky white resin dripping onto the forest floor where no hand came to collect it. The ceiba trees soared as always, a few centuries being a mere blink in their lifespan. The rivers ran on, carving new paths through the floodplains, oblivious to the humans who once shaped their edges with earthen banks. And in the damp corners of abandoned courtyards, small green frogs chirped at night as though rejoicing in a reclamation of empty space, while the carved altars listened in stoic silence. If you stood in the middle of one such deserted courtyard, your feet sinking into soil that had once been neatly paved, you might notice that the jungle canopy had already begun to encroach from three sides, and that where once there was a broad, open plaza, vines now formed a loose tapestry across the sky. The thick, sweet smell of decomposition rose from the leaf litter underfoot, mingling with the occasional fragrance of wild orchids that clung to the trunk of a fallen sapodilla tree. The hush there would be profound, disturbed only by the rustle of an agouti or the flap of a startled quetzal. To the Olmec themselves, those who migrated away, this transformation might have been gradual enough that they did not see it as a single moment of collapse. Children born in the final generation might have simply grown up to find that new fields had opened up elsewhere, that caravans of trade had shifted to routes leading away from the Heartland, that the older rituals could be practiced more easily in fresh settlements not prone to floods or changing watercourses. Elders might have clung to memories of the old city's splendour, telling stories around a hearth of how the colossal heads were carved and ferried on rafts, how the great plaza once shone with offerings of jade, and how the drums echoed across the night sky. But, as the years stacked upon years, these memories turned into legends, drifting toward myth, while the actual stones, vines, and tombs sank deeper into the green obscurity. And so, by the time foreign explorers stumbled upon the region many centuries later, long after the Maya rose and fell, long after the Aztec Empire soared and crumbled, and indeed long after Spanish conquests left their own scars on the land, the Olmec had become a civilization forgotten by all but the forest. Their greatest monuments, half buried, were discovered in the midst of farmland or eroded ravines, their surfaces patinated by centuries of rain. Some early explorers couldn't believe that such intricate artistry could be so old, or that it predated the Maya, for so little was known of Mesoamerican chronology. Others, seeing the broad-faced heads with distinctive features, proposed wild theories about their creators. Did they come from Africa, from Asia, from a lost continent? It was only with the slow, painstaking work of 20th century archaeology that the truth of the Olmec's antiquity began to be established, and the depth of their influence recognized. But that is far ahead in time. If we focus on the moment just before they vanish, we find an emotional resonance that any culture might feel in the face of shifting fortunes. A sense that everything which once seemed permanent, temples, traditions, the rightful dominion of kings, had begun to slip like water through cupped hands. Perhaps a wise elder, wearing a headdress of quetzal feathers, stood on a small rise overlooking a waterlogged field, the ground covered in a shallow sheen of floodwater after an unseasonably heavy storm, and recognized the futility of rebuilding the earthen walls once more. Perhaps he saw that the younger generation, tired of these cycles, had begun to speak of new lands to the south, or of the possibility of forging alliances with communities beyond the known horizon. In the thick darkness of a jungle night, one might imagine the final feast in the old center, a ceremony of farewell no one labelled as such, but which everyone felt in their bones. Torches flickering around the edges of the plaza, drummers setting a heartbeat rhythm, dancers swirling in patterns that evoked the cosmic cycles, each step an echo of countless generations who had danced on the same packed earth under the same starry sky. The priests, chanting incantations to the jaguar god of the underworld, might have raised the last offering of incense on an altar whose edges had begun to crack from water damage. And in that swirl of smoke and music, the green pressed in, just beyond the torchlight, the wall of vines and trunk, pulsing with hidden insects, waiting. When dawn came, people drifted away, some returning to huts that stood half a league from the ceremonial core, some travelling further, bearing their household gods in small effigies carved from jade or clay. Days turned to weeks, the exodus continuing in slow motion, each family making the decision that felt inevitable. The altars no longer smoked. The colonnades, built of timber and thatch, rotted in the moisture. Monkeys swung from the half-collapsed rafters, dropping palm fruit that rolled along silent corridors. And thus the Olmec turned their backs on the old city, never to return in full, leaving behind only the watchers in stone, their eyes cast downward, unblinking. To stand amid those watchers now, if one could freeze time at the moment just after the last group left, would be to know a solitude more profound than any emptiness. The hush of a place once bursting with human presence and ritual significance, now absent of voices, the footprints in the mud soon erased by rainfall, the carved stelae leaning slightly as the soil beneath them shifted. And the heads, colossal heads with lips parted as though to speak, observing nothing but the swirl of leaves. This is the threshold at which part 1 ends, the threshold of disappearance, before the next generation of travellers and historians, centuries later, would come upon these relics and ask, where did they go? Why did they leave? What happened to the first great civilization of the Americas? These questions belong to the next telling. For now, we leave the Olmec world at the brink of its dissolution, with the jungle's green arms gently enclosing the sites once throbbing with life. The altars stand unlit, the tools lie abandoned in the silt, and the colossal heads stare into a silence too deep for casual reckoning. The earlier civilization of Mesoamerica has slipped into the hush of memory, where even the stones and the swamps cannot recite the full truth of what they once witnessed. Thus ends part 1. Let me know whenever you'd like part 2, which will explore how archaeologists eventually piece together fragments of the Olmec story, the array of theories regarding their disappearance, be it environmental stress, social upheaval or external pressures, and the resonant legacy they left behind for future cultures across Mesoamerica. In the centuries following the Olmec's gradual withdrawal from the swamps and floodplains of Veracruz and Tabasco, time moved in its slow, unyielding rhythm beneath the canopy of green. Rainfall swept over deserted courtyards and earthen mounds, forging rivulets of mud that ran between once ceremonial platforms and drifted into the low-lying wetlands, burying the final footprints left behind by families who had, at some unknown point, simply stopped returning. Trees burst from cracks in the clay, vines coiled around standing stones, and entire plaster floors vanished under layers of soil, silt, and decaying leaves. The story of a once glorious civilization, the first of its scale in Mesoamerica, receded into a hush that would last for centuries. By the time an errant explorer or a roving tribe chanced upon these remnants, they found only lumps of earth overshadowed by the jungle, or perhaps a fallen basalt head peering from the undergrowth, silent, brooding, and unresponsive to questions about how and why everything had come to this eerie standstill. It was as though the green had swallowed memory whole, leaving behind an enigma waiting to be unearthed. When archaeology finally reached Mesoamerica on a serious footing, an enterprise spurred by the discovery of monumental ruins belonging to the Maya, the Zapotec, and eventually the Aztec Empire, scholars still did not fully grasp the antiquity and significance of the Olmec. To those early investigators, the Maya seemed to stand as the region's oldest sophisticated society. It was only in the early 20th century, through the efforts of researchers like Franz Blum, Matthew Stirling, and others, that the scattered puzzle pieces of the Olmec began to take shape, revealing a culture that predated the Maya by centuries, possibly the forging bed from which classic Mesoamerican civilization itself would rise. Yet even as the collective academic gaze pivoted toward the archaic Gulf Coast sites, places like San Lorenzo Tenochtitlan, La Venta, Tres Zapotes, and Laguna de los Cerros, researchers encountered something distinctly puzzling about the way the Olmec Heartland had ultimately been abandoned, and about the seemingly abrupt transition from flourishing center to deserted husk that evidence hinted at, though no single cause or cataclysm was clearly recorded in stone. Piecing together the story demanded a blend of careful excavation, stratigraphic analysis, and a willingness to sift through centuries of alluvial deposits, for the region's environment had not remained static. The course of rivers changed, deluges reworked entire floodplains, and layers of sediment sometimes buried ancient architecture so thoroughly that only the tallest mounds or the largest basalt monuments still peaked above ground. Archaeologists, often clad in mud-splattered boots, hunched over trowels and brushes, and pushed aside rotting vegetation in their painstaking search for the hidden outlines of plazas and platforms. Occasionally, they would stumble upon a buried cache, jade celts arranged in intricate mosaics, figurines depicting human-jaguar hybrids, or finely carved stelae half-eaten by erosion. None of these objects showed clear signs of violent destruction or war. No mass graves lined with arrowheads, no toppled walls bearing the scars of siege machinery, no extensive layers of ash that would point to cities burned in conquest. Instead, the record seemed to whisper of a place quietly left behind, perhaps after some calamity of environment or slow internal fragmentation that left the temples and causeways ripe for the swamps to reclaim. From those earliest archaeological seasons onward, scholars crafted a tapestry of potential explanations, environmental, social, spiritual, and into that tapestry they wove the fragments of data they gleaned from each artifact, each buried floor, each pollen sample taken from the layers of mud that accrued after the structures had been abandoned. Some hypothesized that repeated flooding, possibly exacerbated by shifts in the local hydrology, eroded the farmland and undermined the once prosperous economy that supported the large ceremonial centers. Others pointed to climatic data suggesting that a period of drought might have hammered the region, choking off agriculture and forcing people to disperse in search of more reliable resources. Such environmental stress could have been enough to break the delicate balance of hierarchical power, especially in a society that relied on maize surpluses to fuel monumental construction and the specialized labor that made such achievements possible. Once the harvest dwindled and the ruling class could no longer assure cosmic favor through ritual and building programs, the social contract might have unravelled. Yet environmental shifts alone did not account for the subtleties that archaeologists began to notice in the record. Certain altars and monuments scattered across various sites showed signs of deliberate defacement, the features on a colossal head hacked away or a symbolic motif chiselled off. These marks did not necessarily indicate foreign invasion, but could have signalled internal strife, perhaps a rebellion against the ruling elite, or the overthrow of a lineage whose power had grown too steep, prompting a reformation of leadership. If power was concentrated in a few dynastic families who claimed divine or semi-divine status, the breakdown of trust in that status might have ignited social upheaval, and in a society whose cohesion hinged on the interplay of cosmic authority and fertility rites, a crack in the system could have led to a more gradual, but no less devastating, exodus. Still, no sign of large-scale warfare or widespread destruction emerged, leaving historians and archaeologists to imagine that, if conflict did occur, it was localized, short-lived, or overshadowed by bigger environmental or economic shifts. Some find it telling that, even after the decline of major Olmec centers, the artistic motifs and religious elements that defined Olmec culture did not vanish from the Mesoamerican imagination. Rather, they seemed to seed themselves into emerging civilizations: Maya, Zapotec, possibly even the highland civilizations further inland, like scattered seeds carried by the wind. Archaeologists who studied later cultures found echoes of Olmec iconography in the earliest Maya sculptures, hints of the were-jaguar motif in distant polities, suggestions that the ball game, with its rubber balls, might have drawn upon Olmec precedents. The knowledge of working jade, obsidian, serpentine, these arts refined by the Olmec, seem to have blended into the broader cultural mosaic that blossomed in the centuries to follow. It was as if the Olmec, in slipping away, left behind an indelible imprint on the symbolic vocabulary of Mesoamerica, so that even their vanishing could not erase the lineage of ideas they had pioneered. Where the archaeological evidence grows particularly quiet, speculation becomes both tempting and frustrating. Could the Olmec rulers have chosen to relocate en masse to a different region, merging with or founding new city-states that have yet to be uncovered? Did a series of disease outbreaks, potentially triggered by the hot, humid climate and the proliferation of mosquitoes, decimate communities and force survivors to scatter in smaller, more mobile groups? Or did a gradual shift in trade routes reduce the once lucrative flow of exotic goods through Olmec territory, undermining the wealth and influence that kept the great sites alive? Historians debate these ideas, each offering plausible threads that might weave into a narrative, yet none able to claim absolute consensus, for the data set is incomplete and the centuries have been unkind to all but the largest, sturdiest relics of Olmec life. Still, certain constants emerge, forming the bedrock of what we do know. The Olmec had been masterful at harnessing the environment, channeling the natural resources of rubber, cacao, fertile soils, and basaltic stone to sustain a complex society. They had advanced a form of proto-writing or symbolic notation, glimpsed on monuments and objects known as the cascadal block, hinting at an early system of recording ideas or genealogies, a forerunner to the fully developed scripts of later Mesoamerican cultures. They had revered a pantheon that likely included gods or spirits linked to rain, fertility, the earth's cycles, the jaguar's power, and the hybrid boundary between human and animal. They had built large, centrally planned ceremonial centers that aligned with cardinal directions or celestial events, suggesting a sophisticated grasp of astronomy and the interplay between cosmic order and earthly rule. And then, by the middle of the first millennium BCE, they had relinquished their hold on these sites, leaving them for future explorers to find in a state of hushed grandeur, half buried under centuries of humus and creeping vines. As the discipline of archaeology matured, researchers refined their dating techniques, radiocarbon analysis, obsidian hydration studies, and comparisons of ceramic types to piece together the timeline of Olmec ascendance, flourishing, and decline. Time and again, they confirmed that these people had thrived earlier than the Maya, setting the stage for many of the hallmark cultural elements that the region would later adopt. The more scholars confirmed the antiquity and uniqueness of the Olmec, the more the question of their disappearance grew pronounced. How could the parent culture, the so-called mother culture of Mesoamerica, fade so dramatically, leaving behind only partial footprints of what must have been an extraordinarily complex world? Perhaps no artifact better captures the Olmec's cryptic legacy than the colossal stone heads that so many outsiders associate with their name. Strewn across sites like San Lorenzo, La Venta, and Tres Zapotes, these heads range from around 3 to 12 feet high, often depicting adult male faces with prominent cheekbones, full lips, and a certain regal bearing that some have likened to helmets or crowns. Carved from basalt blocks quarried dozens or even hundreds of miles away, they weigh several tons, prompting endless debate about how exactly the Olmec transported them across marshy terrain. Once erected in the plazas, these heads might have stood sentinel over civic ceremonies, rituals, or the daily bustle of life. They show variations, perhaps representing different rulers or lineages, some bearing subtle differences in facial features, ear ornaments, or headdress markings. And yet each shares that majestic, slightly enigmatic expression. After the Olmec left, the jungle's return would have rendered those heads surreal to any passerby. Imagine stumbling upon one half submerged in a gully, the stone face emerging from layers of damp silt, vines tangling across the brow, a vacant stare aimed at nothing in particular. The find would have been both awe-inspiring and disconcerting, as if the living presence that once animated the statue had withdrawn, leaving behind a hollow shell. For archaeologists of a later age, uncovering these heads was akin to stumbling upon the gateway to a lost world, and the heads themselves, full of personality yet devoid of any textual explanation, became symbols not just of Olmec artistry, but of the entire mystery of why their civilization could have retreated so decisively from its own epicenter. Yet to regard the Olmec as a pure vanishing act might obscure the reality that their cultural DNA carried forward, quietly entwined in the rise of subsequent Mesoamerican polities. When archaeologists trace the spread of certain motifs, like the sky band, the jaguar human transformations, or the downturned mouth so characteristic of Olmec deity figures, they find them echoed in early Maya iconography at sites such as Izapa or Caminal Juyu, and even further into the highlands of central Mexico. Elements of Olmec cosmic order, like the tri-layered universe of the underworld, earthly plane and celestial realm, resonate in the later mythologies that flowered in these areas. Thus, even as the physical cities crumbled, the intangible essence of Olmec thought, art, and religious practice lived on, woven into new frameworks that adapted to shifting political landscapes. One might argue that the Olmec never truly vanished so much as transmuted, dissolving the concentrated wealth and power that once marked their heartland and releasing it as cultural seeds scattered across the broad tapestry of Mesoamerica. This perspective suggests that any search for a singular cataclysmic event, be it invasion, catastrophic flood, or unstoppable plague, may be misguided. Perhaps the truth is that a gradual, multifaceted unraveling occurred, guided by ecological tipping points, socio-political stresses, and internal evolutions that ultimately rendered the old capitals obsolete. In that sense, what we see as a disappearance might have been an evolution, as families, artisans, and priests carried forward the intangible wealth of knowledge while leaving behind the monumental shells that archaeology would find centuries later. Still, from a modern vantage, the question remains enthralling. How does one of the earliest and most influential civilizations in the Americas slip into obscurity so fully that even their name, their language, and their day-to-day traditions become almost entirely lost to us, overshadowed by the glories of civilizations that followed? Perhaps it is precisely because the Olmec were so early, so foundational, that we lack the textual records or enumerations that might have clarified their final chapters. If they had a script advanced enough to record history, none of it survives in an unambiguous form. Their epigraphic attempts, as glimpsed in a handful of inscriptions, remain tantalizingly beyond complete translation, offering only hints of a sophisticated worldview that we can never quite read. Thus we find ourselves left with the puzzle of artifacts, ceremonially buried greenstone axes, stelae depicting figures in contorted stances that might represent shamanic transformations, clay figurines with baby-like features reminiscent of the word jaguar phenomenon, altars that once served as thrones for rulers, half-lost substructures beneath earthen mounds that point to an intricate knowledge of architecture and drainage. To the archaeologist on site, kneeling beside a newly revealed mural fragment or a row of decayed post holes, the absence of direct textual explanation looms large. Every trowel scrape might unearth a vital clue. A shard of pottery whose motifs match those from a known site, suggesting trade or cultural interchange. A cluster of seeds or burnt maize cobs that can be carbon dated to a narrower time window, refining the chronology of abandonment. Or the faint imprint of footsteps sealed by an ancient mudslide, capturing a final moment of daily life. In analysing these ephemeral traces, each new piece of data can challenge or reinforce existing theories, gradually honing our sense of how the Olmec timeline fractured. Yet after more than a century of digging, the ultimate question, why they left, stays afloat in the realm of reasoned speculation, never pinned down by a single bulletproof piece of evidence. Curiously, the mystery of the Olmec resonates well beyond academic circles, seeping into popular imagination in ways both wondrous and occasionally problematic. Fringe interpretations sometimes claim that the colossal heads signify African or other Old World influences, though most reputable scholars strongly disagree, pointing instead to the naturally diverse physiognomies within indigenous populations. Others propose connections to lost continents such as Atlantis or interstellar visitors, weaving the Olmec into a tapestry of pseudo-historical narratives. Such stories, while captivating in their own right, rarely mesh with the careful scholarship that has diligently traced Olmec origins to indigenous developments shaped by the rich but challenging environment of the Gulf Coast. In the end, even without straying into such speculative territory, there remains a primal wonder about the Olmec's disappearance. One can stand in the museum halls of Villahermosa or Jalapa and stare into the basalt gaze of a colossal head pondering the lives of the artists and rulers who guided chisels across that stone, summoning forth a face that once commanded respect and devotion. One can imagine the ceremonies that took place before such a monument, the incense and rhythmic chants, the offerings of rubber balls, bloodletting, or precious jade, all performed under a steamy sky filled with clouds that threatened daily downpours, and one can envision how the final caretaker might have extinguished a ceremonial fire or quietly walked away from the altar, leaving no record of whether it was flood, famine, ambition, or fear that propelled them onward. The hush that followed was so complete that we only know the tale by inference, gleaned from ghostly outlines that remain deep in the alluvial soils and the half-lost patterns etched upon stone. That hush, however, does not necessarily speak of emptiness. It speaks of transformation. For as archaeologists have demonstrated, the resonance of Olmec art, religion, and ideology did not cease. Rather, it flowed like an undercurrent into the hearts of future cultures, Maya kings in their polychrome cities, Zapotec priests who gazed toward the southwestern mountains, Epi-Olmec communities like those at Tres Zapotes that lingered in the region, bridging the gap between ancient forms and new expressions. Thus, the primal mystery of the Olmec's vanishing is coupled with the equally powerful understanding that they never truly vanished from the creative and spiritual map of Mesoamerica. Their influences endured in stylized serpents, in cosmic dragons, in the swirling motifs that would appear on stela after stela, weaving themselves into the ongoing dream of a land that would soon witness the rise of entire polities whose carved pyramids soared above the jungle canopy. And so, perhaps, the best summation of the Olmec disappearance is that it was less a single discrete event and more a slow dissolution back into the green, one that left behind living echoes in the subsequent tapestry of civilizations. Archaeology, for all its triumphs in reconstructing histories that had slipped into oblivion, can only piece together so much. The rest remains entangled in the web of time, with the jungle's hush serving as its eternal custodian. In that hush we can almost hear the footsteps of a group of travelers, perhaps a family, perhaps an entourage of priests, perhaps just laborers, making their final departure from a site like Leventa, heading downstream toward more arable land or friendlier climates, their canoes laden with essential possessions, a few figurines, ceremonial axes, seeds for planting in a new location, fragments of cloth or woven mats for dwelling construction. They leave behind the larger monuments, the basalt altars, the colossal heads that weigh too much to be moved on short notice. The watchers remain, gazing across deserted courtyards. Days drift into weeks, weeks into months, and the vines claim more territory, creeping up the edges of the plaza. The last echoes of conversation die away, replaced by the drone of cicadas. Rainfall, relentless, shapes the ground anew, carving channels through earthen mounds. After a few decades, the main structures become shapeless lumps covered in ferns. Thus ends the chapter of the first great civilization in the Americas, dissolving as quietly and enigmatically as it began, leaving behind stone testimonies to its former majesty and no conclusive script to decode its final sigh. Yet in the swirl of all that is unknown lies the magnetism of the Olmec, a magnetism that draws archaeologists, historians, and the merely curious to keep digging, keep pondering, keep refining theories. In that swirl we discover that the Olmec are at once absent and present, vanished and eternal, for their artistry and religious concepts became the bedrock upon which later Mesoamerican achievements soared. Their departure stands as a primal mystery precisely because it resonates with a deeper truth. Civilizations, no matter how monumental, are never permanent. They wax and wane according to forces both within and beyond their control, and sometimes what lingers longest is not the stone nor the city, but the intangible legacy of ideas that shape the future. In this sense, the giant faces do indeed stare into an unwritten void, reflecting back our own hunger for definitive answers, while silently reminding us that history is often built upon silences and disappearances. No signs of war remain to fill the quiet with images of battles or burning temples. No neat inscriptions detail a mass exodus or a coronation elsewhere. Drought, rebellion, disease, shifts in trade, or all of them combined, perhaps any or all of these contributed. Yet, the Olmec left something more potent than a single story. They left the seeds of Mesoamerican civilization itself, seeds that would flourish in myriad forms among the Maya, the Zapotec, and countless smaller polities, each carrying forward the taste of jade, the shape of jaguar gods, the ball games that echoed through stone-walled courts, and the abiding sense that the cosmos was something to be channeled through human craftsmanship and devotion. Thus, if we walk the edges of the old Olmec realm today, feeling the humid weight of the air and hearing the roar of howler monkeys in the distance, we can sense that their spirit never left. The forests that reclaimed their mounds also guarded their memory, and archaeology, patient in its methodology, helped coax it back into the human narrative. The result is a primal mystery that becomes a wellspring of awe rather than mere confusion, reminding us that, beneath the farmland and the green, entire worlds may lie dormant. If only we have the persistence and the humility to listen to the silent watchers of stone and the echo of footsteps drowned in silt, we might glean a greater truth, that no civilization, not even ours, is immune to the tides of change, and that in every disappearance there is also a transformation, an echo that resonates into the eras that follow. So the Olmec vanished, but not entirely. Their altars stand cold, their tools remain abandoned, and their great heads gaze through time. Yet their artistry, their cosmic vision, their intangible grasp of the link between humans and nature can still be felt in the swirl of Mesoamerican legacy, from the earliest Maya carvings to the final post-classic shrines that the Spanish would one day topple. They live on in that unbroken chain of creativity and reverence, and it is in that sense, perhaps, that the Olmec remain both gone and here, a primal heartbeat, echoing across the centuries, reminding us that the green can reclaim a city, but not the soul that once animated it. The desert sky above the rugged lands east of the Rift Valley often turned the colour of molten copper when dawn arrived. Shadows clung to the ground with a final grip as sunlight spread over an arid expanse that seemed at first glance too harsh to sustain life. Yet in these remote tracts, ringed by rose-hued cliffs and a horizon that shimmered in the midday heat, a travelling merchant might happen upon a wonder so unexpected and astonishing that it felt more like a mirage than anything real. At first, perhaps, all they would see was a canyon entrance, a narrow SIQ winding between towering walls of rock that glowed pink and orange in the early light. Hooves of camels or donkeys clopped against gravel, each footstep echoing in the stillness. And then, around a final bend, an entire city would reveal itself, carved straight into the living stone. This was Petra, the crowning jewel of the Nabataean kingdom, a place that would later inspire travelers, poets, and conquerors alike to name it among the most magnificent cities of the ancient world. Though much of its story has been lost to wind and time, in the era of its bloom, centuries before the Christian calendar turned from the 3rd to the 4th, the city thrived with a vitality that seemed at odds with its austere environment. Here, in the protective embrace of sandstone cliffs, a people of traders and engineers had fashioned a hub of commerce, faith, and invention. Their caravans carried frankincense from Arabia, myrrh from Yemen, and spices from distant eastern shores, and their caravansaries bustled with mercenaries, caravaneers, and visitors from across the world. It was a place both practical and mystical. Anyone arriving at sunrise might notice the hush that blanketed the canyon, a hush broken only by the murmur of voices in Aramaic, Greek, and a flurry of desert dialects. Nabataean youths, agile from long practice in the canyons, would scale the rock faces, tending to hidden cisterns that collected the scant rainfall that blessed these lands only a few times a year. Meanwhile, elders gathered near the central market, exchanging updates on trade routes, discussing rumoured border disputes, and listening intently for news that might affect the caravans they depended on so heavily. The earliest arrivals in Petra, though no one could say exactly when they first came, were tribes that had learned to eke out an existence in these wilderness tracts long before the city soared to renown. They had discovered the region's potential not by seeking abundant pasture or farmland, but by recognizing that Petra sat at the crossroads of caravan trails. These trails snaked across the Arabian Peninsula, up through the Levant, and over to Egypt or Mesopotamia. What the desert lacked in fertile soil, it made up for in strategic location. In time, the Nabataeans turned this crossroads into a kingdom, building their wealth from tolls on the caravan traffic and from controlling the trade in frankincense, spices, and precious goods that found their way through the ravines. They were not mere gatekeepers, however. They became masters of water management, forging a lifeline of channels, cisterns, and hidden reservoirs. When the storms did come, short and violent, the water was captured in elaborate systems that fed the city's population and sometimes even allowed for gardens and crops to flourish within Petra's protective stone walls. Through centuries of trial and error, they refined the art of desert living to a level that outsiders found nothing short of miraculous. And so the city stood, half-built, half-hewn, a living tapestry where towering facades, temples, tombs, halls were carved directly into the glowing red sandstone. The most breathtaking of these, known today as the Treasury, or Al-Khazneh, was rumoured to house hidden gold or Pharaoh's lost hoard, though the local people used it as a monument or tomb. Its columns and ornate pediments, sculpted with superhuman skill, seemed to glow from within at certain hours of the day. Beyond it, in the deeper folds of the cliffs, stood other wonders, a grand theatre chiselled into the hillside, tomb facades with columns reflecting a fusion of Hellenistic and Near Eastern influences, and high above, a mighty edifice that later eras would call the monastery, Ad-Dir, perched at the end of an arduous climb that tested the stamina of visitors. Pilgrims and travellers wrote of these wonders in diaries that have since disintegrated, passing away like dust in the desert wind. Greek visitors marvelled at the synergy of architecture and nature. Roman merchants admired the city's fortifications, and desert nomads camped outside Petra's walls whispered legends of spirits inhabiting the stone. Occasionally an envoy from a distant ruler would arrive to negotiate alliances or tributes, and he would be led through the sea quay into a city more splendid than any fortress. In such ways, Petra thrived, not with the unstoppable might of a conquering empire, but with the quiet, persistent strength of a people who understood their environment with an intimacy that outsiders found difficult to match. If one were to wander Petra's streets in the heyday of Nabataean power, they would pass spice vendors shouting for customers, local officials collecting levies on goods, donkey handlers guiding beasts laden with embroidered saddle blankets. The city's population was cosmopolitan in a subtle way. Nabataeans formed the core, but Arabs, Aramaeans, Greeks, and even the occasional Egyptian or Roman presence lent the place a worldly hum. The clang of metalworkers forging camel ornaments might blend with the tinkling of small bells tied to goats, which meandered around the outskirts of the town in search of any edible shrub. Though the Nabataeans spoke their own dialect, they picked up languages from passing traders. In markets, it was not unusual to hear the same haggling repeated in multiple tongues, with hand gestures bridging any gaps. Commerce wove itself through every aspect of life here, from the goods displayed in woven reed baskets to the carved inscriptions that named donors for new building projects. Even their religion, a blend of local deities and imported cults, reflected the city's open exchange of ideas. Gods from different pantheons found a place in Petra's shrines, with altars tucked into rocky niches that soared overhead. Yet for all its bustle, Petra never lost its air of mystery. The canyons and cliffs that surrounded it acted like sentinels. A hush could descend quickly, especially at dawn or twilight, when the sunlight angled just so, and stone facades glowed as if lit from within. Residents spoke in hushed tones about hidden chambers and tombs that had not been fully explored, about the uncounted cisterns perched in lofty gullies, each vital for storing water, each requiring maintenance few outsiders could manage. This life, precarious and yet thriving, continued for centuries. The Nabataeans grew from a loose confederation of desert tribes into a recognized kingdom, forging treaties with Greek successors of Alexander, then with the Hasmoneans, occasionally skirmishing with Judeans or other desert powers. Under the reign of kings such as Aretas IV, who was known to Greek and Latin sources, Petra reached its zenith, building new monuments that merged classical elements with local traditions. Many travellers later claimed that no city in the east quite resembled Petra in its melding of rock and facade. But the desert, ever fickle, was not the only hazard the Nabataeans faced. Politics beyond the horizon shifted like sand underfoot. Rome's ambitions in the region grew, placing pressure on trade routes. Nomadic tribes from the Arabian Peninsula occasionally threatened to upend the carefully maintained caravans. Even so, the Nabataeans adapted. They were desert foxes, cunning and resourceful, skilled at forging alliances when profitable, and retreating behind canyon walls when threatened. For a time, it seemed they might remain perched on their stony throne indefinitely. And then, as so often happens to desert kingdoms built on trade, the pathways of commerce began to shift. New routes, new powers, and new obstacles emerged. Perhaps the greatest blow arrived in the form of maritime alternatives. Ships setting sail from Egyptian Red Sea ports, circumventing land routes that had once been so profitable for Petra's middlemen. Spices, incense, and exotic goods travelled over water instead of land. Where once caravans had wound their way across the sands, carrying wealth through Petra's gates, now those same goods travelled by sea to distant ports with fewer tolls, fewer dangers. And so, slowly, The caravans that had once sustained Petra became less common, yet, in the hush of the desert, such changes might not have been noticeable at first. A few less merchants one season, a slight dip in toll revenues the next. The city still stood grand, its facade as dazzling as ever, its market still active, though perhaps less so. The water channels still caught precious rains, but the seeds of decline had been planted. No one can say precisely when the shift in trade began to bite deeply into Petra's prosperity. Some historians point to the late 1st century CE, others a bit later. In any case, the city continued on, gradually subsumed into the Roman sphere of influence. By the 2nd century, the region was formally absorbed as part of the Roman province of Arabia. Roman soldiers, engineers, and administrators became more commonplace in Petra's streets. Their language, Latin, joined Greek and Aramaic as part of daily life. The architecture too saw new influences. An amphitheatre was expanded, columns were raised in the city centre with distinctly Roman capitals, and official buildings reflected a more standardised style. But though the Roman presence lent a veneer of imperial might, it also signalled that Petra's age of independent glory was waning. Now, decisions about roads, trade tariffs, and military outposts were dictated from afar. As the centuries progressed, the Nabataeans adapted yet again, blending into the Roman administrative framework, some of them enlisting in the Roman army or serving in its bureaucracy. Petra remained a prominent city in the region, but no longer commanded the caravans of old. Meanwhile, the water systems that had once required constant upkeep might have started to show signs of neglect, with silt accumulating in some of the outlying channels, or cracks forming in remote cisterns. After all, if the city was no longer the throbbing commercial heart it once was, how many engineers and workers could be spared to maintain that infrastructure? Still, the city never completely lost its grandeur. Even visiting Roman officials had to marvel at how, in the heights of the southern cliffs, entire tomb complexes had been carved. Smaller shrines peppered the outskirts of the city, accessible only by steep paths. The scale was humbling. Petra's population continued to worship local gods, Dushara and Al-Uzza among them, even as some pockets of the city turned to Greco-Roman pantheons, or, in time, to the new Christian faith. The wealth once gleaned from controlling trade in frankincense, myrrh, and precious metals might have dwindled, but enough of the old spirit remained to keep Petra a vibrant regional centre through the 2nd and early 3rd centuries. Rumours of trouble were always swirling in the desert air, barbarian incursions on the empire's frontiers, rival factions wrestling for the imperial throne in Rome, earthquakes rumoured in distant lands, droughts that scattered nomadic tribes. Each passing traveller brought some tale of alarm, a fresh testament to how fragile stability could be. Yet for many years Petra endured. The desert fortress, protected by labyrinthine canyons, had survived storms, literal and metaphorical, before. Though it might not have glistened with the same prosperity as in earlier days, it remained a city shaped by cunning and resilience. Time marched on. By the dawn of the 4th century, the desert nights had grown quiet. Fewer caravans arrived with their bells and donkey brays. Some thoroughfares, once lively with merchants from Yemen or Damascus, had become lonely trails marked by disuse. And then came the moment, in that 4th century, when the desert seemed to claim Petra at last. Perhaps it wasn't a single moment, but a slow, unstoppable hush that descended upon the ravines and facades. People drifted away, seeking opportunity elsewhere, perhaps to Bostra in the north, or to newly rising hubs deeper within the empire. The cisterns that had sustained the city's life for generations needed constant care. Some fell into disrepair, and the water that once filled them trickled away into gullies or evaporated under the desert sun. Ancient records hint that around this time, the local climate saw shifts that made the entire region more arid, compounding the slow bleed of life from Petra. Once the water was gone, or at least too scarce to support a large populace, the city's days as a major settlement were numbered. We do not hear of a last stand or a final exodus. Unlike some vanished civilizations that left behind walls marred by battle or burnt layers testifying to conquest, Petra's story ends in relative silence. Archaeological layers do not reveal a catastrophic sacking or a mass burial. Instead, they speak of quiet departure, rooms that appear to have been abandoned methodically, with possessions taken away or left in smaller numbers, as though the inhabitants expected to return one day, but never did. And so, by the middle or later 4th century, Petra's canyons and cisterns saw fewer footsteps each season. Some families may have lingered, clinging to the memory of busier days, certain that trade routes would shift back or that rainfall would return in abundance. Others likely migrated, blending into the patchwork of peoples across the Levant, leaving behind the place their ancestors had built from dust and stone. In time, even those last souls were gone, and the mighty facade stood over an empty city, save for the wind and the occasional traveller seeking shelter in the labyrinth of rose-hued walls. What was left must have felt like a strange testament to ambition undone by time, yet also a testament to the human capacity for adaptation. Petra had once been a vibrant nexus of commerce and culture, an improbable metropolis where water was conjured from desert rains and the living rock served as both fortress and canvas. Now it became a ghost, the relic of a people known to history as the Nabataeans. To the outside world, the city's memory slowly faded, overshadowed by the rise of new powers and the consolidation of new trade links across the Mediterranean and beyond. In the centuries that followed, Petra would slip from the pages of daily record, like a dream receding in the mind's eye. Bedouin nomads used some of the spaces as shelter, carving out small enclaves among the rock-hewn tombs or in front of the empty treasury facade, but the city as it had existed, the living entity of merchants and caravaneers, was gone. Legend and rumour replaced fact, until eventually Petra was known mostly as a tale, a whisper of ancient marvels rumoured to lie hidden beyond the desert sands. Thus ended the Nabataeans' place in the grand tapestry of antiquity, without a final clang of swords, or the triumphant entry of a conqueror, or a single cataclysm that tore everything apart. Instead, it was a dissolution, a drifting away, as if the desert itself had slowly inhaled its children back into its stony embrace. Their legacy, carved into the rose-red walls, would remain, but it was now an echo waiting to be rediscovered in centuries yet to come. In Petra's grand narrative, there is no single recorded day of doom, no invading army that levelled the rose-red walls, no triumphant enemy that marched through the sick and planted its banner in the centre of the city. Instead, history left behind a quiet testimony that over the course of generations, the Nabataeans, who had once dominated the desert trade, who had carved tombs and temples into living rock and channeled rainwater from stony heights, simply faded from the place they had shaped so magnificently. A hush descended across the valleys and canyons, a hush that still lingers beneath the desert winds. In the centuries that followed, travellers stumbled on Petra's facades and found them eerily unoccupied, a splendid ruin that refused to fully disclose the story of its maker's last days. Even now, archaeologists and historians sift the sands, searching for remnants and records that might explain precisely how and why the Nabataean presence receded until it was nearly forgotten. Yet in the broad strokes of history, one truth is plain. The transformations that unmade Petra were not sudden or singular. Rather, they were cumulative, the slow shift of trade routes, the changing priorities of empires, the rumbling violence of earthquakes, and the creeping fragility of water supplies in a land that had always survived on the edge. In the end, these converging forces proved more potent than any conquering legion. By the dawn of late antiquity, the city's caravans had dwindled, its great cisterns were under-maintained, and its population had thinned to a fraction of what it had been. And in that environment, the Nabataeans, those desert traders turned urban architects, found themselves adrift, compelled to abandon the place they had once called their capital. Below, in one long narrative, is the story of those final centuries, how Rome became both patron and overlord, how natural disasters gnawed at Petra's careful waterworks, how the city's pulse slowed, and how the Nabataeans vanished into the margins of history, leaving behind their silent marvel of red stone. By the 2nd century of the Common Era, Petra was firmly within Rome's sphere of influence, formally annexed into the empire's structures and renamed as part of the province of Arabia Petrea under Emperor Trajan. At first, this new arrangement offered certain advantages. Roman roads were built, connecting Petra to other imperial outposts. The famed Via Nova Traiana linked the city with Bostra to the north and Aila, Aqaba, to the south. Garrisons were established, and local Nabataean elites found opportunities in regional governance, bridging the gap between the empire's administrative norms and the desert's commercial realities. Yet, Roman rule also altered the delicate balance the Nabataeans had once navigated. Before Rome's arrival, Petra's strength lay in its independence and the astute diplomacy of its kings, who extracted tolls and taxes from caravans while safeguarding the flow of goods through desert territories. Under the empire, crucial decisions about trade regulations and taxation were set by distant authorities who cared little for the older networks that had enriched Petra. Many caravans, once guided by Nabataean expertise, now found themselves subject to new levies or restrictions that made alternative routes more appealing, particularly if they could avoid the watchful eye of Roman checkpoints. Moreover, Rome's ongoing wars with Parthia and other eastern powers diverted resources and attention. Where the Nabataeans had historically played the role of intermediaries between lands to the south and east, the empire's ambition sometimes rerouted traffic altogether. Sea lanes, too, were rapidly expanding. Ships carrying spices and incense could circumvent the land routes by hugging the Red Sea coast, offloading at Egyptian ports, and transporting goods north by river or Roman road. In the old days, Petra had been indispensable for such commerce. Now, Roman engineering and an evolving maritime network made other paths feasible. The city still bore evidence of adaptation, however. Petra took on the veneer of Roman civic life. Paved, colonnaded streets replaced some of the older thoroughfares, and architectural motifs shifted. An expansion of the amphitheatre, originally carved into the rock, gave it a more Roman form. Public squares, possibly adorned with statues of emperors, appeared. In official records, inscriptions now named Roman officials and used Latin or Greek alongside the Nabataean script. The city carried on, rebranding itself as an important Roman settlement, even if its core identity, rooted in desert trade and water ingenuity, was beginning to weaken at the edges. Despite changes, Petra and its people were not mere bystanders. They engaged with new markets, occasionally hosting merchants from distant parts of the empire who marvelled at the city's rock-cut edifices. Roman soldiers garrisoned in or near Petra wrote letters home complaining of the heat and the foreign tongues, while local guides led them through winding sicus on reconnaissance or patrol. Life did not stop, it adjusted. But for a city that had once thrived on caravan tolls, there was no disguising the diminishing flow of frankincense and spices crossing Petra's gates. Each year the shift in trade seemed more noticeable. The hush that had always settled over the canyons at dusk seemed to deepen, no longer balanced by the day's vigorous commerce. Fewer caravans meant fewer pack animals, fewer guards, fewer caravan leaders renting accommodations or shopping in the bustling markets. Local artisans found less demand for their wares. Temple donations, once flush with the coins of foreign traders, began to ebb. Over time, it became harder to maintain the city's groundwater system, a complex network of cisterns, channels, and terracotta pipes that needed constant care. When the wealth of Petra peaked, the city could afford an army of workers to clean silt, repair breaks, and upgrade installations. Now that labour pool shrank. Some would-be labourers moved on to more prosperous regions of the empire. Others joined the ranks of those leaving for new opportunities in growing cities like Gerasa or Philadelphia, modern Amman, where Roman roads and infrastructure promised better fortunes. Thus, even as Petra remained nominally stable under Rome, the steady trickle of emigration began, Nabataeans departing the city of their ancestors not at sword's point, but under the quieter pressures of changing economics and uncertain prospects. Geography had once been Petra's ally. The labyrinth of rock corridors provided both defense and climate moderation. Fierce desert sun was softened by the shade of tall canyon walls. But that same geography could also amplify the destructive force of earthquakes, which are not unheard of in the fault-riddled Levant. One of the most damaging earthquakes to strike Petra occurred in the year 363 CE. Known from Christian and pagan sources that record widespread destruction across parts of the Near East, this quake rattled the entire region. In Petra, the event was cataclysmic for several reasons. Stone facades cracked, architectural joints split, and some of the carefully carved tombs lost columns or collapsed altogether. More crucially, the water conduits, carved channels, ceramic pipes, hidden cisterns, suffered breaks and structural failures. In a city that relied so heavily on the careful husbandry of rainfall, any significant breach threatened daily life. Suddenly, an already diminishing population found themselves facing urgent new repairs. With trade revenues far below their peak and with fewer civic funds at hand, large-scale restoration was daunting. While some attempts were made, archaeological evidence suggests that certain channels were patched and some buildings rebuilt. Several critical conduits appear to have been abandoned altogether. This meant precious rainfall during those sporadic storms might no longer be gathered efficiently. Floodwaters might tear through unmaintained gullies, causing further erosion. Even without the earthquake, the region's environmental conditions appear to have become more challenging over the centuries. Palynological pollen data from surrounding areas suggests a gradual shift in vegetation and climate patterns, implying either reduced rainfall or altered seasonal distribution. Such changes could have further compromised the reliability of Petra's water supply, tightening the screws of survival. If once a system of cisterns stored enough water to endure long droughts, the combination of reduced labour, quake damage, and potential climate shifts might have made water scarcity a more routine threat than it had been in the city's prime. It would be incorrect to imply that one earthquake, or even several, alone sealed Petra's fate, but in combination with a receding economy and a smaller population, these natural jolts accelerated a decline that was already underway. Without the wealth to fund constant repairs, Petra's waterworks began to represent an aging system, more fragile each year. Where once every crack was sealed, now many were left to widen until entire cisterns might lie empty. Visitors a century later would still find a settlement, not a ghost town. But the grand city of old was slipping into memory. The earthquake had inflicted wounds that never fully healed, and the city's soul, those remarkable water systems, was slowly bleeding out. Another subtle tide washing over Petra by this era was the spread of Christianity. From the 4th century onward, as the Roman Empire increasingly shifted its religious foundations, communities of Christians spread across the Near East. In many cities, older polytheistic shrines were repurposed or torn down, replaced by churches with new forms of worship. Petra was no exception. Archaeological remains from this period include the remains of at least one substantial Byzantine church, complete with mosaic floors that reflect motifs from the Christian tradition. In some areas, older tombs were adapted as chapels, or existing public buildings reconfigured for Christian liturgy. To many Nabataeans who had already blended with Roman ways, the adoption of Christianity may have been one more layer in a long history of cultural amalgamations. They had once worshipped local deities like Dushara, sometimes merging them with Greek or Roman gods, and now the new faith simply added another influence. Yet the Christian era also brought its own changes to local governance and social ties, which in turn might have affected resources for maintaining the city's infrastructure. Where once temple offerings had funded certain communal works, these funds might now divert to church-related projects. Where once the monarchy or city council had spearheaded public construction, new religious leaders might have different priorities. Over time, the city's identity, once defined by a proud Nabataean lineage, became entangled with the broader Christian Levant. Petra was less a unique cultural node and more a provincial town overshadowed by bishoprics in other, more accessible locales. The region's major Christian centres, Jerusalem, Antioch, Damascus, lay beyond the desert with direct roads that did not always pass through Petra's gates. This shift in spiritual focus paralleled the shift in economic roots, further pulling the centre of gravity away from the rose-red city. Moreover, the Christian era introduced a new dynamic in terms of written records. Religious scribes sometimes documented local events, but Petra, no longer a major hub, rarely commanded attention in the annals of large ecclesiastical seats. In the handful of references that survive, Petra is described as a place of interest, picturesque, storied, still possessing a bishop's seat for some time, but not a place at the heart of religious controversies or councils. The city's golden days of major diplomatic significance were gone. Even as Byzantium took shape as Rome's heir in the east, Petra's people continued to trickle away. Some may have departed for the cities of the Decapolis, like Philadelphia or Gerasa, where trade and agriculture maintained stronger viability. Others ventured southward or westward, seeking Roman or Byzantine outposts along the Red Sea or near the Nile, places where new maritime routes offered more reliable income. And some simply melted back into the vast desert expanses, joining Bedouin tribes or forging new identities in the shifting tapestry of Arabia. By the 5th and 6th centuries, Petra still had inhabitants, but their numbers paled beside the throngs that once filled the colonnaded streets in the city's commercial prime. The imposing tomb facades, once the final resting places for wealthy families, now loomed over a settlement that no longer had the resources to maintain the grandeur for which the city was famous. The great courtyard of the Casa al-Bint temple, long a hub of local religious ceremony, fell into partial ruin. Scattered communities might still have occupied pockets of habitable space near springs or half-functioning cisterns, but the breathtaking unified Petra of old was fractured and diminished. In 551 CE, a further large earthquake reportedly shook the region, likely aggravating the city's structural and infrastructural woes. Though less is documented about Petra's specific state at this time, the cumulative effect of repeated quakes, chronically weak trade, and ongoing shifts in empire left the once proud city a husk of itself. In certain corners, Christian worship might still have continued. Some mosaic floors date from the 6th century, proving that pockets of cultural life remained. But overall, Petra was slipping deeper into obscurity. From a vantage point of the 7th century onward, Petra scarcely appears in the surviving textual sources. When Islamic armies swept across the region in the mid-7th century, forging a new political and religious landscape, Petra was evidently not significant enough to merit major mention. It was overshadowed by other, more strategically or economically vital towns. Even the memory of Petra's royal heritage and its centuries as a desert crossroads drifted into the realm of half-remembered local lore. Though the Nabataeans themselves blended into various populations, some intermarrying with Arab tribes, some travelling north, others presumably adopting new identities under Islamic rule, the city they had carved out of the living rock did not crumble overnight. It remained battered by weather and slowly filled with sand, but still recognizable as a grand, if abandoned, metropolis. Locals undoubtedly knew of its existence. Bedouin tribes and shepherds took shelter there, making use of the carved tombs as dwellings or corrals for animals. Still, for much of the medieval period, Petra remained largely unknown to the broader world. When Western explorers and pilgrims began trickling into the Holy Land from Europe in later centuries, rumours of a lost city hidden in the mountains circulated among certain circles. Yet the place was seldom visited by outsiders, partly because it lay off the main pilgrimage routes, and partly because local tribes guarded their territory. It was not until the early 19th century that the Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguising himself as an Arab, famously persuaded local guides to lead him to the site in 1812. Even then, his notes on Petra were overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars and the slow pace of academic communication. But eventually, word spread through Europe's scholarly circles. A magnificent rock-cut city lay in the desert of southern Jordan, a city of tombs and temples unlike anything else. The rediscovery sparked waves of curiosity. Adventurers, archaeologists, historians, they all arrived, sometimes with more enthusiasm than caution. The spectacular treasury facade, or Al-Khazneh, captured the European imagination. Ornate tombs, carved theatres, colonnaded byways, and mysterious inscriptions in Nabataean script lured speculation about an advanced civilization undone by the desert. But the deeper question, what truly happened to the Nabataeans, remained elusive. Without a dramatic final battle or a single cataclysmic event, their departure felt like a puzzle missing its last piece. Modern research suggests that the disappearance of the Nabataeans was not a disappearance at all, but an assimilation. In regions north and east, Nabataean families merged with communities that eventually spoke Arabic and aligned with Islamic governance. Their distinct culture, so strongly shaped by the desert trade and the art of water harvesting, simply had no reason to survive in a place that no longer profited from caravans. Over a few generations, the name Nabataeans ceased to be an active identity. Instead, these people inherited or joined new identities, new communities. By the time Petra was truly deserted, the notion of a singular Nabataean kingdom had long since become a chapter of a forgotten history. In the end, Petra's emptiness became its most haunting feature. While many ancient cities can point to conquest or disease as a cause of ruin, Petra offers no such closure. The city outlived the might of Hellenistic dynasties, survived the Roman annexation, endured multiple earthquakes, and carried on into early Byzantine times, only to be gently abandoned, piece by piece, until the wind and sun had free rein over the carved facades. To walk through Petra today, gazing up at monuments still etched with defiant clarity, is to feel the reverberation of a question. How could a people so brilliant in their adaptation to the desert, so adept at drawing wealth from trade and water from stone, fade into near oblivion? The partial answers lie in shifting empires, environmental changes, and the ephemeral nature of commerce. But no single factor tells the whole story. The greatest puzzle lies in the city's quiet end, which yields only the unsatisfying conclusion that sometimes entire civilizations unravel not with a bang but with a whisper. In the centuries after the Nabataeans slipped away, Petra became a city of echoes. Bedouin families camped among the tombs, carving their own graffiti into the stone walls. Shepherds built makeshift pens where amphitheatres had once hosted thousands. The desert's breathing tides of sand rose, burying lower facades, and water channels clogged with dust. Earthquakes periodically shook the cliffs, dislodging more rock. In the outside world, Petra receded into rumour, half legendary in the eyes of distant chroniclers. When scholars arrived in earnest in the 19th and 20th centuries, they brought spades, brushes, and theories. Slowly, inscriptions were deciphered. Nabataean script was compared to Aramaic. Pottery sherds were dated, tomb architecture was classified, and shifting building styles were correlated with known historical events. The Roman and Byzantine footprints in Petra became clearer, revealing a city that had thrived under multiple cultural influences. But the final gap, why the city truly died, was left open to interpretation. The Nabataeans themselves, once desert wanderers, had built a system that demanded constant vigilance, maintenance of waterworks, negotiation with merchants, alliances with powers near and far. When that system ceased to yield rewards, when the caravans no longer poured wealth through Petra's gates, everything the Nabataeans had balanced so delicately began to tip. They held on for centuries, adopting Roman governance, patching earthquake damage, turning to new forms of worship, but each adaptation stretched the city's purpose a little thinner. Until one day, likely unnoticed by any chronicler, the last group of true Nabataeans decided there was no longer enough reason to stay in Petra's canyons. Perhaps they left on foot, guiding a small line of donkeys and goats through the sick. Perhaps they locked the doors of their homes, leaving behind the bare minimum. The rock facades would have watched them go, their silent stone faces in stark contrast to the living desert dwellers who had once flourished there. The wind that day might have carried a hint of dust, swirling around footprints that vanished within a few hours. The city left behind was neither conquered nor razed, it simply sank into the hush of the centuries. Today, millions visit Petra each year, drawn by the aura of its lost city romance and the majesty of its carved architecture. They marvel at the treasury, trek up to the monastery, wander through the wadi beneath imposing tomb facades, and often depart with more questions than answers. Was Petra truly lost or merely neglected? Who were the Nabataeans that they could shape such wonders and then slip away without leaving a definitive trace of their final fate? These questions remain part of Petra's mystique, a testament to how civilizations live or die, not only by swords or pestilence, but by less dramatic forces: economics, environment, political reorientation, cultural shifts. The Nabataeans taught a lesson in resilience, building a metropolis in a place considered uninhabitable. Their slow decline teaches another lesson: that even the finest adaptation can be undone by changing realities, leaving behind a silence more profound than any single cataclysm. In that silence, the wind still moves through the sick, echoing gently against the rock walls. The shadows of clouds drift across the treasury's facade, shifting colour from pale rose at dawn to deep crimson at dusk. Each day, the desert reclaims a fraction more of the city, even as tourists' footsteps keep the memory alive. If the Nabataeans can be said to speak to us, it is through those carved forms in the stone, whispering that survival depends on an intricate balance, that even the mightiest feats of engineering and diplomacy cannot forestall every shift in fortune. And perhaps they also whisper that some endings come not in flames, but in the quiet decision to walk away, carrying memory and identity elsewhere, leaving behind only the echo of chisels on rock and the stony gaze of monuments that endure for centuries more. Thus ends the story of the Nabataeans in Petra, a slow departure, not a dramatic collapse, leaving the rose-red city a haunting shell for future generations to rediscover. Its emptiness is both a puzzle and a monument, an enduring reminder that civilizations can vanish without a final battle, and that what remains in the desert is a testament to the fragile line between prosperity and dust. The Cahokia of the Mississippi. They called it, in ages long past, the center of the world. Or perhaps they used a word that meant something like the gathering place. No written record remains to tell us precisely how its inhabitants referred to it. Today we know it as Cahokia, a name borrowed from later peoples who dwelled near those same lowland fields. In the centuries just before 1350 CE, it rose along the Mississippi River's eastern bank, spreading across the floodplain with an audacity unseen before or since in those parts of the North American continent. Its population soared into the tens of thousands, and its dwellings, ceremonial plazas, and towering earthen mounds hinted at a complexity that rivaled in its own way the grand cities of Mesoamerica or the stately capitals of medieval Europe. Yet, for all its vitality, for all the labour poured into those monumental embankments, for all the ceremonies that echoed across its wood-post palisades, Cahokia would not endure beyond a few brief centuries. By the time the 14th century waned, the fields lay fallow. The great mounds stood lonely against the flat horizon, and the people who once thronged its corridors of wood and earth had melted away into the Mississippi's vast corridor, leaving a silence where once there had been the bustle of a true urban experiment. To approach Cahokia in its heyday was to witness something wholly unfamiliar to the imagination of those who assume North America's ancient past was solely the domain of scattered villages and tribal encampments. Rising from the fertile floodplain were more than 100 mounds of varying shapes, some elongated, some conical, and one, the largest, that dominated the landscape with a flat-topped summit wide enough to hold ceremonial structures or the dwellings of the city's elite. This so-called Monk's Mound, named centuries later by French missionaries who briefly farmed its terraced sides, soared over 100 feet high, making it a veritable man-made plateau in an otherwise level terrain. Constructed from millions of basket loads of soil, it represented not only brute labour but careful engineering, layered fill, compacted systematically to support the weight of palisades and structures on top. At its base, broad ramps led to multiple terraces, a physical manifestation of hierarchy, ritual, and civic pride. Standing on its summit during Cahokia's apex must have been a breathtaking experience. A panoramic view of farmland, villages, and the glimmering waters of the Mississippi, all humming with life under the watchful gaze of the city's leaders and ritual specialists. Yet Monk's Mound was hardly alone. Surrounding it, in a grid that reflected thoughtful urban planning, lay plazas, some large, some small, where feasts, games, and ceremonies took place. The largest plaza abutting Monk's Mound to the south might have served as the city's spiritual and social heart, its packed earth floor the venue for gatherings and dances, for the exchange of goods, for communal rites that bound the population together. All around stood smaller mounds of varying shapes, round-topped mounds where perhaps certain lineages buried their honoured dead, ridge-topped mounds that may have held temples or meeting houses, earthen platforms crowned by wooden buildings that combined domestic and ritual functions. Between and around these mounds, houses of wattle and daub construction clustered in neighbourhoods, forming a true metropolitan sprawl dotted with granaries, work areas, communal courtyards, and lines of palisade walls that, at times, enclosed the central precinct. Archaeological evidence suggests that Cahokia's population may have peaked at upward of 20,000 inhabitants. Some estimates run higher, making it one of the largest urban centres in North America at the time, if not the largest north of the great Mesoamerican cities. It was not merely the scale of Cahokia that impressed those who later studied its remains. There was an unmistakable sophistication to its layout, a sense of intention in the way structures aligned with solar events, and in how certain mounds seemed oriented to cardinal directions. One of the city's most striking features was a series of wooden posts arranged in circles, a construction modern researchers have dubbed Woodhenge, by analogy with Stonehenge in England. Built at different points in Cahokia's timeline, these circles of tall cedar posts apparently functioned as solar calendars or observatories, marking equinoxes and solstices through carefully sited alignments. At dawn on particular days, watchers standing on a designated platform could observe the sun rising precisely over a mound or a feature in the distance, heralding the turning of the agricultural or ceremonial year. The presence of such calibrated monumental astronomy speaks to a worldview in which cosmic rhythms shaped earthly life, and to a class of skilled astronomers or priests who guided communal rites in accordance with the dance of the heavens. But if Cahokia's ideological world pointed upward to sun and sky, its economic underpinnings lay firmly in the floodplain's rich soil. The Mississippi, meandering across the broad alluvial plain, made possible a farming revolution that sustained far more people than earlier. Smaller settlements could have done. Maize, the lifeblood of many indigenous cultures, flourished here, supplemented by squash, beans, and other crops. Archaeologists have recovered remains of storerooms filled with maize kernels, as well as stone hoes worn smooth from years of cultivating the black earth. Seasonal floods deposited fresh silt, nourishing the fields but also challenging the inhabitants to manage water levels, protect dwellings, and coordinate labour. It is likely that Cahokia's leaders presided over a system of tribute and redistribution, wherein maize and other staples flowed into the city's storerooms, and from there back out to feed labourers, pilgrims, and craft specialists who gathered at Cahokia for major building projects, festivals, or trade. Indeed, one cannot construct massive earthen monuments without a stable food surplus, and Cahokia's ascendance thus depended upon that delicate interplay between farmland fertility and collective effort. Trade, too, connected Cahokia with distant lands. Archaeological finds suggest that shells from the Gulf Coast, copper from the Great Lakes region, chert from the Flint Hills, and perhaps even obsidian from the Rockies made their way into the city's workshops and ceremonial centres. Within Cahokia, artisans fashioned beads, pendants and tools, likely for both local use and export. The city's influence may have extended along the Mississippi's watery highways, forging alliances, facilitating exchanges, and attracting pilgrims from hundreds of miles away. Pottery styles, motifs carved onto stone figurines, and certain aspects of mound building appear in surrounding regions, hinting that Cahokia was not an isolated marvel, but rather a centre for cultural and economic exchange, a magnet drawing in goods and ideas from across the mid-continent. Some have imagined canoes laden with precious goods travelling along the river under the watchful eye of merchants or noble envoys, delivering the fruits of labour from near and far. In return, Cahokia might have radiated prestige, finely made ceramics, perhaps religious icons, or the knowledge of advanced agricultural practices, and the intangible aura of a sacred city that claimed cosmic significance through its architectural alignments. One can easily conjure the daily rhythms of Cahokian life. Dawn might bring the faint echo of drum beats or conch shell horns from the main plaza, calling the people to gather. Women and men would head to their respective tasks, in the fields, tending maize and other produce, in the workshops, shaping pottery or flint tools, near the riverside, fishing or loading canoes with trade goods. Children roamed in small bands, learning the city's ways by observing older kin, perhaps helping carry small bundles of earth to a mound building project, or practicing with toy versions of bows. Periodically, the entire city might gather for communal feasts, with enormous quantities of food prepared in clay vessels over open fires, and with ritual dancing that lasted long into the night. At these events, the city's elites, those who dwelled atop certain mounds, whose genealogies were tied to revered ancestors, would oversee ceremonies that likely reinforce social bonds and cosmic order. Offerings might be made to placate the spirits of water, sky, and earth, ensuring continued harvests and stability. Large posts decorated with symbols of power would be raised in the plaza, perhaps adorned with feathers or carved figures. The aroma of roasting game, stewing beans, and the smoky tang of wood fires would drift across the settlement, mingling with the hush of thousands of voices as the city's people united in festival. Yet Cahokia's achievements were not limited to the realm of ceremony or agricultural prowess. The mere construction of so many earthen mounds in an era without draft animals or metal tools testifies to an extraordinary capacity for organized labor. Basket by basket, workers carried soil from borrow pits, sometimes over considerable distances. They layered it in carefully planned sequences, ensuring that mounds would not slump or erode prematurely. Some mounds held burials, often richly furnished with offerings, shell beads in staggering quantities, effigy figurines or arrowheads made of exotic stone. The presence of these special interments suggests a society in which certain lineages or individuals commanded great respect or mystique, enough to warrant elaborate rites at death. Other mounds, particularly the platforms, might have hosted temples, council houses, or dwellings of leaders, spaces from which decrees were issued, ceremonies orchestrated, and alliances negotiated. But for all its grand scale and careful organization, Cahokia was not free from tension. The presence of a palisade, at least in some phases of the city's development, indicates that its rulers may have felt the need to demarcate and protect the central precinct. Whether from external threats or internal struggles is difficult to say. Archaeological evidence of violence, such as mass graves or signs of warfare, remains comparatively sparse, but the hints that exist point to a world in which conflict could erupt. Various outlying villages might have resented the demands of tribute. Rival groups along the river might have eyed Cahokia's wealth. Even within the city, social hierarchies must have generated friction. As the city expanded, the complexities of resource distribution, inheritance, and leadership succession could have stirred unrest beneath the surface of public ritual. Still, the sheer longevity of Cahokia's ascendancy suggests that for generations, its inhabitants found ways to navigate or suppress such tensions, uniting behind a vision of their city as a cosmic center whose grand architecture and cyclical festivals sustained earthly and spiritual balance. Over time, though, cracks in that vision began to appear. By the end of the 12th century, certain neighborhoods show signs of less dense occupation, as if families were drifting away to outlying lands. Garbage middens in some areas reflect changing diets or diminishing surplus, perhaps indicating that the robust agricultural base was under strain. Evidence of increased flood deposits in certain layers might point to shifts in the Mississippi's course or frequency of inundation. Dendrochronological tree ring data from the broader region hint at periods of climatic fluctuation, drought, then episodes of heavier rainfall, potentially wreaking havoc on carefully balanced farmland. The neat lines of wooden houses gave way in some quarters to more haphazard constructions, while certain mounds appear to have been left unfinished or only partially maintained. One suspects that behind the scenes, the city's once confident leadership grappled with environmental challenges and social strains that made the old ways harder to sustain. This unraveling did not happen overnight, and for a time, Cahokia might have struggled to maintain its prestige, doubling down on ceremonial grandeur in hopes of reaffirming cosmic favor. Some of the grand feasting practices may have intensified. Archaeologists find layers of refuse containing staggering amounts of animal bone, broken pottery, and other remnants of large gatherings. The city's elites may have demanded further labor to repair or extend the palisade, a visible statement of continued power. But if the farmland was losing fertility due to overuse, or if the river's floods became more unpredictable, or if alliances with outlying communities grew strained, such displays would have rung increasingly hollow to the average inhabitant who toiled to keep the city afloat. Oral traditions, unrecorded by any written system, might have circulated rumors of ill omens, failing hunts, diseased crops, stifling summers, or the sense that the spirits no longer favored the place. Fear of unrest or factional dispute within the city's leadership might have simmered. The outward form of Cahokia still stood, its mounds still towered, its plazas still waited for ceremony, but the living pulse began to slow. And so, sometime around 1300 CE, or a little later, the population decline became a flood, not just a trickle. Neighborhood by neighborhood, families packed their belongings and vanished from the city's periphery, seeking more stable farmland or new alliances elsewhere along the Mississippi drainage. By 1350 or so, the central precinct itself stood largely empty. the echoes of daily bustle replaced by the rustling of wind through grass that crept up around abandoned house posts. Mounds that once supported bright wooden buildings were left to the elements. Wooden structures on the mound tops decayed and collapsed without human hands to repair them. The palisade fell into disrepair, its posts rotting in the damp soils. The grand plazas, once scenes of communal celebration, lay silent, their packed earth cracking in the sun or slowly washing away under seasonal rains. Without regular maintenance, even Monk's Mound would have started to lose some of its crisp lines as erosion claimed its flanks. Wildlife, deer, wild turkeys, perhaps predators like foxes, began to wander through the deserted lanes. The river that had once brought prosperity now simply meandered past, ignorant of the structures that had sprung from its fertile floodplain. In the final phases, a few diehards might have lingered, a handful of families stubbornly occupying homes near the once grand mounds, or a coterie of elders clinging to ritual tasks in hopes of revival. Yet the city no longer called people by the thousands. The mound builders' ceremonies no longer dazzled the countryside. The hum of commerce and feasting gave way to a hush broken only by the cyclical rhythms of nature. The reasons for this transformation remain partially hidden, scattered in the soil layers and faint footprints of vanished dwellings. Yet the outcome is unmistakable. By the middle of the 14th century, Cahokia had ceased to function as a significant urban centre. The agricultural fields were abandoned, with only ghosts of their row patterns left in the archaeology. The once huddled mass of humanity disappeared into the Mississippi's broader tapestry of forests, prairies, and wetlands, leaving behind that monumental emptiness that puzzles us even now. In a sense, Cahokia's end might have been gentle compared to more famously violent urban collapses. There is little evidence of widespread destruction or warfare at the final moment, no mass graves testifying to some cataclysmic clash. Instead, it seems the city outgrew its ecological underpinnings, or saw its socio-political contract fracture, or found itself buffeted by climate changes that rendered its system unsustainable. People made the pragmatic choice to depart, drifting downstream or upstream, or perhaps dispersing into smaller villages and homesteads, carrying with them the seeds of Cahokian culture to sow in new contexts. Oral histories of certain indigenous groups might still carry faint echoes of a place once grand, a realm of earthen pyramids and sacred feasts, lost now to memory except as a legend of a city that grew too bold in the face of nature. Thus, by the time Europeans arrived in the Mississippi Valley centuries later, they found the region dotted with smaller chiefdoms, each with its own traditions of mound building, each with stories that stretched back into a murky, deep time. None, however, matched the scale or sophistication of Cahokia at its height. The great mounds remained, of course, standing as silent witnesses to the city's once unimaginable grandeur, but no living population remained to claim them as home. Explorers, missionaries, and settlers marveled at these earthen monuments, speculating that they were built by some lost race, or by Vikings, or by the 10 tribes of Israel, anything but the ancestors of the indigenous peoples who still live nearby. Not until the discipline of archaeology took shape in the 19th and 20th centuries did the truth become clearer, that these mounds were the legacy of a remarkable Mississippian civilization, one that achieved genuine urbanism in the heart of North America centuries before colonial contact. And so part 1 of Cahokia's story concludes with that unsettling image, the wide Mississippi flowing on, indifferent to the city's disappearance, while on the banks, Monk's Mound and its smaller counterparts stand like broken teeth on a once proud jaw. The wooden halls where thousands once feasted are silent. The sprawling farmland that once fed them has reverted to forest or patchy grassland. The Grand Plaza, which once reverberated with footsteps and voices, now lies hushed, its packed surface softening with every passing season. It is a testament to both the ambition and the fragility of human civilization. Cahokia rose rapidly, soared in cultural and ceremonial flourish, then ebbed until only legend could fill the gaps. By 1350 CE, the city was empty, fields unploughed, mounds untended, the final inhabitants lost in the swirling eddies of time and the river's muddy embrace. And from these silent remains, modern investigators have pieced together only fragments of the story, anxious to understand what forces spelled the end for a place that once seemed the pinnacle of its world. When modern eyes first glimpsed the silent mounds of Cahokia, centuries had already passed since the last of its inhabitants had slipped away, leaving behind an earthen testament to their lost city's former grandeur. The great platform, now called Monk's Mound, rose from the Illinois floodplain like an earthen mesa, an anomaly in a landscape otherwise dominated by fields and river wetlands, while smaller mounds fanned out to form what must once have been an intricately ordered urban plan. Early explorers, missionaries, and amateur antiquarians gazed on those ridges and plateaus, speculating wildly about their origins. Some insisted these works were built by a vanished race unrelated to local indigenous peoples. Others wondered if Vikings, or even figures from biblical lore, had a hand in constructing the labyrinth of ridges and moats. But as the discipline of archaeology took shape in the 19th and early 20th centuries, a clearer, though hardly complete, story began to emerge. Cahokia was the creation of a Mississippian culture, a remarkable civilization that achieved population densities, social complexity, and architectural feats unparalleled in the region for centuries thereafter. Yet if that rediscovery shed light on who built Cahokia, the deeper mystery, why they abandoned it, remained elusive. The soils and artifacts revealed that from roughly 1050 to 1300 CE, Cahokia was not merely a collection of huts, but a genuine city, complete with planned neighborhoods, ritual spaces, defensive walls, and a level of coordinated organization that implied strong leadership or a ruling elite. Archaeologists recognize that after this centuries-long heyday, the city's population fell into decline, culminating in near-complete abandonment by around 1350 CE. Such a departure left no grand sacked fortress or burnt palisade, no mass graves of casualties, no singular marker of catastrophic war. Instead, Cahokia simply ebbed away. To understand that slow fade, researchers had to look beneath the surface, literally, into the soils, pollen records, flood layers, and the subtle changes in material culture that might point towards shifting climate, resource depletion, conflict, or disease. The clue that first drew serious attention was the flood record buried in the Mississippi's alluvial plain. Over countless millennia, the big river shifted its course periodically, leaving behind layers of silt and gravel that geologists and archaeologists could read like the pages of a silent history book. By sampling cores of soil at strategic points in and around Cahokia, researchers sought to determine when major floods occurred and how they might have impacted farmland and settlements. These analyses revealed intriguing patterns, periods during which the Mississippi's floods grew more intense or frequent, depositing new layers of fertile but disruptive silt across the low-lying areas. If, during Cahokia's heyday, The river either changed course or unleashed a series of catastrophic inundations. It could have damaged not only the agricultural fields that fed the city, but also the very sense of order upon which Cahokia's social structure relied. A single severe flood season might ruin harvests, while repeated cycles of flood and drought could set off a chain reaction of famine, political strife, and outmigration. Furthermore, soil cores also hinted at cycles of prolonged drought. Tree ring data from broader sections of the Midwest and Great Plains suggested that the 13th century might have witnessed episodes of dryness, severe enough to lower water tables, reduce crop yields, and strain local environments. If Cahokia's population had grown to rely on consistent surpluses of maize, a string of bad harvests could have undermined the city's ability to support labor-intensive projects or feed large gatherings. People dependent on stored grain might have found those reserves disappearing far too quickly when the rains failed, triggering a crisis of leadership. How would Cahokia's elite, perched atop the mounds, justify their authority if they could no longer orchestrate enough food for feasts, ceremonies, or the distribution that validated their power? Archaeological evidence from the later layers of Cahokia suggests that such a scenario might not be merely theoretical. Some excavation reports describe a reduction in the size and quality of houses, indicating possible stress on living conditions. Pottery styles changed, possibly reflecting either incoming influences or local traditions splintering as communities broke away. Meanwhile, the palisade that once enclosed the central precinct appears to have been repaired or rebuilt multiple times, a labor-intensive task that might signify growing concerns about security. Combined, these signs speak to a city attempting to deal with heightened external pressures, whether from rival groups, from the environment, or both, and struggling to maintain the grand scale of unity that characterized its peak. The possibility of conflict cannot be dismissed, though the central archaeological record at Cahokia does not display the overt devastation one might associate with a city under siege. There are hints of violence or defensive measures. Burial evidence from the broader Mississippian sphere sometimes shows traumatic injuries, captive sacrifices, or mass interments that could point to social upheaval. On certain Cahokian mounds, excavators have found human remains that suggest ritual killings or high-status burials accompanied by servants or war captives. In a society that revered cosmic order and ancestor veneration, the boundary between religious sacrifice and political violence could be thin. If external enemies saw Cahokia's fortunes faltering, if harvests declined, if the city's trade networks lost their vitality, such foes might have seized the moment to raid farmland or villages in Cahokia's sphere of influence, heightening the city's vulnerability. Yet the impetus for departure might just as easily have come from within. Complex societies often depend on consensus or a sense of shared identity to keep their populations invested in monumental projects and tribute systems. If the environment turned fickle, if farmland became less reliable, or if leadership failed to adapt, the city's residents might have found themselves questioning the cosmic mandate of those who dwelled atop the mounds. Increasingly disillusioned or desperate, families could have opted to move toward more stable grounds, higher land further from the river's flood zones, or new communities where resources were abundant. Telltale signs of such fragmentation appear in the distributions of pottery styles and settlement remains in the centuries after Cahokia's decline. Formerly dense clusters of dwellings gave way to smaller, dispersed communities, some perched atop ridges or near resource-rich wetlands. If this was truly the pattern, it implies that Cahokia's fall was not a violent cataclysm, but a decision, millions of individual decisions, by people who saw no reason to remain. Another line of evidence comes from the examination of hearths, middens, essentially refuse heaps, and faunal remains that accumulate around dwelling sites. Early in Cahokia's growth, the remains of deer, fish, and small mammals point to a robust, well-balanced diet, supplemented by cultivated maize. Over time, however, some data sets show a decline in certain species that might indicate overhunting or ecological strain. Deer, for instance, require intact woodland and edge habitats. If too many deer were harvested, or if the forests were cleared too extensively for fuel or farmland, local populations could crash, leading to protein shortages. Combined with a potential reliance on maize that was increasingly susceptible to unpredictable weather, the city's overall resource base may have faltered. The result would be a mounting pressure on families who, in an agrarian society, might have found it wiser to relocate than to endure intensifying scarcity under elites who could no longer guarantee prosperity. Amid these various ecological and social factors, the spiritual dimension looms large, though it is the hardest to reconstruct. Cahokia's leadership likely justified its status through religious authority. They interpreted solar movements, performed ceremonies timed to equinoxes, and aligned the city's architecture with cosmic events. This ideology likely bound the community together in the best of times, giving them a shared sense of purpose and identity. But in times of crisis, especially repeated environmental disasters, people might have questioned whether their leaders had truly retained divine favor. The large-scale feasts and gatherings that once reinforced unity could instead become occasions for dissatisfaction if the surpluses vanished. Where once people had ascended the mounds to partake in communal rites, they might now have turned away, disheartened by the sense that their rituals no longer yielded the blessings they once did. If enough families left, or if rival leaders arose in the hinterlands offering new forms of religious or social organization, Cahokia's core might have hollowed out like a fruit rotted from within, leaving behind only the shell of earthen monuments with no living city to animate them. All these narratives, flooding, drought, conflict, ecological strain, loss of faith, need not be mutually exclusive. Indeed, the unraveling of a complex civilization often involves multiple stressors hitting in succession or simultaneously, creating a feedback loop of decline. An unusually severe flood might trigger a famine, which in turn sparks political unrest, which opens the door to rivals or further social fracturing, which leads to a faster breakdown of the city's vital systems. This synergy of hardships can outpace the ability of leaders to adapt, especially in pre-modern contexts without advanced technology or robust logistical infrastructure. If Cahokia reached a tipping point somewhere in the early 14th century, the exodus need not have occurred in a single season. It could have been a generational process, a steady stream of departures that left certain areas abandoned and turned a one-time metropolis into a ghostly cluster of half-maintained structures. One key discovery that underscores the complexity of Cahokia's downfall is the phenomenon of woodhenge. Through careful archaeology, researchers identified multiple iterations of large post circles that served calendrical or ceremonial functions. Each circle was built with tall wooden posts set at precise intervals, apparently to track solar alignments. Over time, these circles were replaced or shifted, suggesting that successive generations of Cahokian priests or elites recalibrated their cosmic clock or relocated it. The final iteration of woodhenge, however, shows signs of incomplete maintenance, missing or rotted posts not replaced, or partial dismantling that might indicate diminishing interest or capability to sustain large-scale rituals. This small clue, part of a bigger pattern, points to a slow wearing away of Cahokia's once robust spiritual and civic projects. When the cosmic center no longer aligned with the city's fortunes, the impetus to rebuild or repair the wooden posts could fade, leaving behind a circle of stumps that told of lost ceremonies. Moreover, the city's crowning architectural expression, Monk's Mound, reveals in its layered fill a record of expansions, relevelings, and incremental additions that span decades of continuous labour. Near the end, evidence suggests that certain construction projects were left unfinished, or that the mound-top structures fell into disrepair. Wind and rain would gradually eat away at the mound's edges, forming gullies. Without the communal labour to shore it up, those gullies might grow, flattening the crisp lines of the mound's terraces over time. In a place once fueled by a vision of cosmic centrality, the slow erosion of the greatest monument might have taken on symbolic weight, reinforcing the notion that the city's golden era had passed. Although scholars can only conjecture about the precise tipping point, the cumulative evidence supports a scenario of gradual, multifaceted decline rather than a single cataclysmic event. This is important because it helps explain why the archaeological record reveals neither an epic invasion nor an abrupt geologic layer of cataclysmic flood or volcanic ash. Instead, there are hints of repeated stresses, environmental, social, economic, that chipped away at Cahokia's foundations until the metropolis could no longer sustain itself. Like many ancient civilizations, Cahokia's collapse stands as a testament to how delicate urban ecologies can be, especially when reliant on a narrow agricultural base vulnerable to climatic shifts. One might ask, what became of the people after they left? Oral traditions among various indigenous groups of the Midwest and South carry echoes of great mound-building ancestors, though pinpointing which traditions link directly to Cahokia remains an interpretive challenge. Some communities, such as the Osage, the Peoria, or others in the region, may carry ancestral lines reaching back in part to Cahokia's populace. But centuries of population movements, alliances, and conflicts have blurred genealogical lines. The simplest notion is that the people of Cahokia did not vanish so much as disperse, blending into smaller, regionally based societies that maintained elements of Mississippian culture, but on a reduced scale and with new social formations. Those exiles or migrants might have taken with them certain design motifs, certain ceremonies, or stories about the old city of mounds, weaving them into the tapestry of evolving indigenous traditions across the Mississippi Valley. By the time European explorers arrived in the region in the 17th century, the once great site had become a series of earthen hills overgrown with grass, shrubs, and small trees. French missionaries, upon encountering the largest mound, built a short-lived monastery there, hence the name Monk's Mound. Settlers occasionally quarried soil from the mounds for construction, unwittingly destroying portions of the archaeological record. It would take the emerging field of American archaeology in the 19th and 20th centuries to grasp the significance of the site's scale and antiquity. Even then, it was not until deep excavations in the mid-1900s that the full picture of Cahokia's urban complexities began to emerge. The revelations were startling, challenging older narratives that assumed large-scale civilization in North America existed only in Mexico or further south. Cahokia showed that sophisticated city life had flowered north of the Rio Grande as well, with feats of engineering, astronomy, and social organization rivaling many of the Old World's ancient centers. Still, for all we have learned, the departure of Cahokia's inhabitants remains an enduring mystery, one that resonates with broader conversations about how and why societies fail. Whether climate change, resource exhaustion, internal conflict, or a spiritual crisis, or all of these, toppled Cahokia's grandeur, the story has profound implications for how we view resilience and vulnerability. It raises timeless questions about urban sustainability, the interplay of leadership and environment, and the fragility of cultural achievements that can crumble if their ecological underpinnings erode. In that sense, the hush that fell over Cahokia by 1350 CE is not just a local puzzle, but a cautionary note echoing across the centuries. Civilizations, no matter how ingenious or devoted to cosmic order, can falter and scatter if they fail to adapt to changing conditions. Standing in the middle of Cahokia's Grand Plaza today, one can easily miss the city's former scale unless guided by interpretive signs. Much of the area looks like a flat park, but if one climbs Monk's Mound, panting up the steps to its terraced summit, the vista reveals at least a hint of how expansive and orchestrated the city once was. The surrounding farmland, modern roads, and the glitter of the St. Louis skyline to the west underscore how time has marched on, layering new realities atop the old. The Mississippi still flows nearby, wandering in serpentine loops that might or might not match its course in Cahokia's heyday. And if one is quiet, taking in the wind's rustle through grass and the distant hum of traffic, it is possible to imagine a time when thousands of people gathered below, scurrying about their tasks or preparing for a festival in the plaza, while the city's leaders surveyed the scene from a grand wooden hall on the mound's crown. In that vision, one might glimpse the heartbeat of a civilization that believed itself at the center of the cosmos, diligently aligning post-circles with the rising sun, constructing earthworks that soared in layered magnificence and forging alliances through trade routes stretching hundreds of miles. One might also sense the seeds of uncertainty that took hold once the environment shifted, or once leadership faltered, leading families to break away and chart new paths. The spiritual hush that accompanied Cahokia's final generations, no longer cutting the silhouette of a vibrant city, but rather a disquieting emptiness, remains as haunting as any lost city from antiquity. And that hush, some might say, is a reminder that stories of collapse rarely hinge on a single event. Instead, they unfold in slow measures, concealed behind illusions of permanence, until one day the city's music fades, its highways empty, and the crowning monuments stand vacant under the same sun that once made them shine with human energy. Across modern scholarship, the debate continues with each new discovery. Soil analyses refine our understanding of Cahokia's agricultural systems. Advances in paleo-environmental science sharpen our grasp of past climate variations. New geophysical surveys reveal hidden structures beneath farmland, suggesting that Cahokia's footprint was even larger than once believed. Skeletal analyses hint at the health and diet of its populace, revealing cyclical episodes of malnutrition or stress. Every fresh piece of data seems to confirm that Cahokia's story was one of astonishing human ambition, set against the dynamic uncertainties of nature. And in that tension, human aspiration contending with forces beyond human control, lay the city's greatness and its vulnerability. In the end, Cahokia's mound builders left no epic poem, no codex of their travails, no single stele proclaiming the city's final stand. They left only earthen pyramids and faint footprints scattered across a floodplain that the Mississippi still periodically reclaims. We do not know the names of their leaders or the prayers they voiced in times of crisis. We have only shards of pottery, cache pits of maize cobs, post holes from forgotten temples, and the silent geometry of mounds that once supported the civic and spiritual heart of an entire people. And so, the city that once crowded the Mississippi's banks with thousands of souls slipped quietly out of history, travelling into the river's muddy embrace with no direct heirs to speak its name. In that sense, the story of Cahokia may stand alongside other vanished civilizations, the Harappans of the Indus, the Rapa Nui of Easter Island, the Minoans of Crete. Each had their luminous moment, an era of blossoming art, architecture and communal life, before circumstances turned, resources diminished, or tensions frayed, leading to dispersal or dissolution. Cahokia underscores how the impetus to build great monuments can come from a surging vision of communal identity, but that vision can wither if the bedrock of subsistence and spiritual confidence gives way. The earthen mounds remain as silent teachers, cautioning us that the achievements of any society, no matter how grand, are never guaranteed permanence. Today, visiting Cahokia Mound's State Historic Site, one can follow gentle walking paths that wind between lesser mounds, read interpretive plaques detailing archaeological finds, and ascend the wooden steps up Monk's Mound for a panorama that still resonates with grandeur. In the visitor center, displays showcase artifact reconstructions, beautifully decorated pottery, chipped stone tools, figurines of probable deities or ancestral spirits. A diorama attempts to reconstruct the city at its peak, dotted with houses, palisades, and earthen pyramids. Yet even these lively reconstructions cannot fully recapture the intangible hum of a city's heartbeat. The chatter of vendors, the crackle of cooking fires, the drum beats of a night ceremony, the hush of an eclipsing sun in the circle of post alignments. That intangible life has slipped away, leaving only the physical skeleton and the echoing question of why, after centuries of success, these people decided or were forced to leave. The soil cores, the hearth analyses, the stories of floods and possible conflict, together they form partial answers, each shining a light on one aspect of Cahokia's decline. But no single answer alone can stand as conclusive. Instead, we are left with a mosaic that shows us an unraveling society, battered by climate fluctuation, ecological strain, and perhaps internal discord, quietly devolving over decades until families turned their backs on the once mighty city. Whether they said farewell in a last ritual on Monk's Mound, or quietly dismantled their shrines and carried them off, or left in small groups over decades, we cannot say. The final hush that settled over the plazas was not accompanied by any fanfare or ceremony that we can identify, only the patient encroachment of grass, weeds, and eventually trees. The Mississippi, forever the master of that floodplain, carried on, shifting course here and there, as though indifferent to the departure of the humans who had tried for a time to harness its bounty. In that indifference lies perhaps the most fitting epitaph for Cahokia, a place where humans achieved wonders in alignment with the rhythms of a mighty river, only to discover that those rhythms could never be fully tamed. A place where cosmic aspirations soared in tandem with practical logistics, building a city so impressive that it briefly claimed the Mississippi Valley's soul, but whose candle flickered out when conditions turned. Little wonder that modern imagination finds Cahokia so haunting, for it is both eminently real, still visible in the ground we stand on, and yet deeply elusive, refusing to yield a neat, singular cause for its demise. It is a city that left behind grand earthen pyramids instead of a final testament, a city whose population's footsteps simply receded into the forest and the prairies, giving rise, perhaps, to new communities or new myths, but never again to the scale that Cahokia once represented. For archaeologists, the unsolved riddles beckon, perhaps new excavation methods, advanced remote sensing, or more refined climate proxies will one day paint a fuller portrait of the stresses that forced Cahokia to fold. For the rest of us, Cahokia remains an invitation to reflect on how societies succeed and fail, how humans negotiate with nature, and how fleeting even the most impressive urban achievements can be. In that reflection, we might see our own world mirrored back, a world grappling with environmental changes and population pressures, a world that sometimes forgets that prosperity can be precarious when the balance of resources and community cohesion grows thin. The mound builders of Cahokia, in their silent arcs of earthen architecture, might have something to teach us about reverence for the forces that shape our survival, about humility in the face of changing climates, and about the vital need for adaptability when old certainties no longer hold. Thus ends the story of Cahokia as far as we can know it, a grand city of the Mississippi, rising with remarkable speed around 1050 CE, flourishing for nearly 3 centuries, then dissolving by 1350 into memory and myth. Soil cores and flood layers point to a climate that turned fickle or burdensome, while hearths and middens hint at resource exhaustion or shifting diets. Fragments of pottery and the echo of wooden posts may suggest conflict, or at least the threat of it, as the city tried to shore up its defences in uncertain times. We have no living tale from the mound builders themselves, only the stark reality that their urban dream ended with scarcely a trace of where they went or how they carried on. In that silence, Cahokia's legacy remains half legend, half archetype, proof that in the fertile illusions of a floodplain, humans can build marvels, but can also be undone by the same river, the same earth, the same sky that once made such marvels possible. And so the mounds endure, quiet and stoic, as though waiting for the day when the last piece of the puzzle is uncovered or the final question is asked, revealing once and for all how a city that once touched the sky with earthen ramps faded back into the landscape and became, in time, just another part of the Mississippi's endless flow. Beneath the wide and pitiless sun of what is now the American Southwest, in the red rock and juniper-studded desert that stretches across New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, and Utah, a people once carved their lives into stone. They tamed dry canyons and sheer cliff faces, turning them into homes, transforming sparse land into farmland, building elaborate networks of roads that seemed to spiral outward through sagebrush and shimmering heat. Today, we know them collectively as the Anasazi, a name given by outsiders. They called themselves by other names, now mostly forgotten or reclaimed by modern Pueblo peoples, or perhaps lost to time. But in the centuries leading up to around 1300 CE, these desert architects, farmers, and spiritual seekers left behind a trace in the earth that still whispers of an extraordinary civilization, one that rose in the harshness of the canyon lands and thrived against what some might consider impossible odds. Their presence was never more visible than in the region we now call Chaco Canyon. To the untrained eye, the high desert can look almost empty, an endless expanse of rust-coloured dust and sun-baked rock, teased by spindly grasses and small pockets of green where the meagre rains gather. But the Anasazi knew otherwise. In that dryness they found possibilities. The desert, so unkind to the casual traveller, offered pockets of fertility at river confluences and near hidden springs. It provided tall stands of pinon and juniper, cottonwood groves along ephemeral washes, yucca whose fibres could be woven into rope or sandals, and cacti whose fruit offered a sweet respite in the heat of summer. Beneath a sky that loomed impossibly large, blue by day, star-soaked by night, these people walked barefoot on sandstone, hauling water in clay jars balanced on their hips or strapped to their backs. From the moment of sunrise, the desert shimmered with life that knew how to endure. Silent lizards slithering over warm boulders, hawks circling overhead in search of prey, insects buzzing around mesquite blooms. The Anasazi, with their finely attuned senses, perceived each sign, each rustle, each shift in temperature that might portend a storm or a dryness to come. In every corner of the canyon lands they left footprints, not only in the dust but in the hearts of the landforms themselves, as they chipped petroglyphs into cliff walls and, eventually, raised monumental structures that defied easy explanation. Chaco Canyon, located in what is now northwestern New Mexico, rose as an unparalleled cultural center. If one arrived in that desert basin a millennium ago, the scale of human achievement might have surpassed all expectation. Multi-story buildings of carefully fitted sandstone, some towering 4 or 5 floors above the desert floor, rising in massive arcs that followed astronomical alignments. To walk among them was to feel the hum of a grand design that transcended the everyday chores of mere survival. This place was a seat of ceremony, power, and perhaps cosmic significance. Archaeologists later named these structures Great Houses, an English label for what the desert-dwelling Anasazi architects had conceived as sprawling communal buildings, with hundreds of rooms and vast internal plazas that dwarfed anything else in the region. Pueblo Bonito, largest of them all, curved along the arc of the canyon wall, carefully oriented to mark the passage of the seasons. Its rooms, stacked one upon another, opened onto shared balconies or enclosed courtyards. One might wander from a corner suite that caught the sunrise in the east to a deeper chamber that remained cool in the summer's glare. But for all their grandeur, these great houses were also repositories of daily life. Within their walls, families ground corn with stone manos and metats, while potters shaped moist clay into vessels painted with exquisite black-on-white designs, swirls, hatching, geometric patterns reminiscent of a vast symbolic lexicon. Roof beams, vigas, had been carried from distant mountain slopes, some over 50 miles away, indicating the sheer communal effort required to gather precious timber. And always, overshadowing everything, was the hush of the desert, that perpetual dryness that pressed upon the senses, making water more valuable than any metal, forging a culture in which every aspect of life hinged on the seasonal rain. Chaco was no island. Evidence reveals that these Anasazi communities maintained extensive trade networks. Excavations have turned up seashells from the Gulf of California, evidence of commerce hundreds of miles to the southwest. Turquoise, revered for its colour and gleam, travelled in the opposite direction, from southwestern mines to other lands, while scarlet macaw feathers, likely from the tropical south, were discovered in storerooms. These bright plumes spoke of ties that stretched deep into Mesoamerica, linking the desert societies with exotic goods, ideas, and possibly religious motifs. And from Chaco, roads radiated outward in straight lines, defying topography in ways that still astonish. They extended for dozens of miles, linking outlying great houses, smaller villages, and perhaps ephemeral shrines. One can imagine caravans, men and women trudging with sandals or bare feet, leading pack dogs or carrying burden baskets, laden with surplus corn, squash, beans, cotton textiles, and lumps of turquoise. They might pause at rest sites near small springs or ephemeral streams to feed themselves on roasted rabbit or dried venison, to whisper prayers at small shrines. Then onward they marched under the blazing sun by day, under a cloak of piercing starlight by night, each step forging the intangible web that connected distant corners of the high desert. For those in more isolated corners, like Mesa Verde's tall cliff dwellings or the painted desert's scattered farmsteads, Chaco might have stood as a spiritual capital, a place of pilgrimage where ceremonies occurred at certain times of the solar or lunar cycle. The massive kivas at Chaco, circular, subterranean ritual chambers, could have hosted gatherings of the faithful or curious from far-flung regions. Within those kivas, the swirling smoke of sage and juniper might have mingled with chants in tongues now forgotten, while the flickering torchlight illuminated painted walls. A sense of wonder must have pervaded the gatherings, uniting worshippers in cyclical celebrations tied to equinox, solstice, or important agricultural intervals. Though the canyon is austere, the Anasazi managed to coax from the reluctant soil a yield of corn, beans, and squash, the three sisters that anchored so many indigenous farming traditions across the continent. Corn, with its tall stalks, became not just sustenance but a symbol of life itself. Its cobs, hidden behind husks, suggested the fertility of the land. Beans, planted at the foot of corn stalks, climbed upward, seizing sunlight. Squash sprawled along the ground, its broad leaves shading the soil. In synergy, these plants thrived together, each complementing the other's needs. Yet water was always an uncertainty. Summer rains were infrequent and erratic, falling in sudden bursts that might vanish into the sands. The people ingeniously harnessed every drop, earthen dams to trap runoff, small irrigation channels that guided trickles of water to the root of each stalk, terraces built on slopes that retained precious moisture. In certain places, they practiced dry farming, relying on carefully timed planting and desert-honed seeds that could endure long spells without rain. The growth of each seed was a gamble with the elements, a game of prayer and patience. Late in the season, after the scorching heat had peaked, families would harvest. The rustle of dried corn stalks broken from the earth filled the fields, while people worked under a sun that had begun to soften. Children might chase each other between rows of withered leaves, giggling and swirling dust. Elderly folks, their faces etched by the desert wind, might supervise from the shade of a piñon or a constructed lean-to, remembering harvests of decades past. Baskets brimmed with corn cobs, coloured not just yellow but often streaked with reds, blues or purples, a testament to the genetic diversity the Anasazi cultivated. Beans, meanwhile, were plucked in pods and left to dry. Squash was sliced and set out under the sun to preserve for lean times. The bounty, modest by the standards of more temperate regions, was nonetheless vital to survival in the desert's harsh realm. Family was the foundation of Anasazi life. Extended families lived in interconnected rooms, each cluster forming part of a larger household, which in turn was woven into the village or great house. Living arrangements were shaped by more than just function. They carried spiritual resonance. The multi-story layouts with upper levels accessed by ladders leading to rooftop doorways evoked a sense of ascension or descent that paralleled certain cosmological beliefs. Beneath many living quarters lay kivas, those circular ceremonial chambers that served as communal gathering spaces. Entered by ladders through a hole in the roof, they opened into a subterranean enclosure that symbolized the womb of the earth or the realm of ancestral spirits. The interior of a typical living space might have been cozy but functional. Plastered walls tinted with earthly pigments, floors swept clean, baskets hanging from rafters, pottery stored on wooden shelves. The hearth stood at the center, providing warmth during the frigid desert nights that often descended after the sun's departure. The flicker of flames played upon the walls, illuminating the faces of children listening to elders recount myths of how the first people emerged from an underground realm, or how the trickster coyote shaped the land. In these stories, the desert's wind and sun took on personalities, powerful forces that shaped all living things and required respect. Some nights, watchers stood on high vantage points, perhaps the edges of canyon walls or the rooftop of a great house, scanning the heavens. The sky in the desert's dryness presents an otherworldly spectacle, a field of stars so dense it looks like white sand scattered on black velvet, the Milky Way arching overhead like a cosmic road. Observers noted the passage of constellations, the phases of the moon, the slow dance of planets that changed positions from month to month. Over time, they gleaned patterns, connecting them to seasonal cycles, when to plant, when to harvest, when game herds might move. Lunar standstills and solar equinoxes were observed with a seriousness that bordered on the sacred. At Chaco, alignments in the architecture showed deliberate attention to these celestial movements. Doorways and windows in certain great houses mark the sunrise or sunset at solstice. The now famous sun dagger phenomenon at Fajada Butte, where shafts of light pierce spiral petroglyphs at key solar events, testifies to an ancient knowledge that fused astronomy with spiritual practice. On those days, kivas filled with worshippers might have resonated with chanting, drumming, and dancing that mirrored cosmic rhythms. Painted masks, hidden away for the rest of the year, could emerge, worn by chosen dancers who enacted the old stories, bridging the human realm and the world of the spirits. These ceremonies were essential to the Anasazi's sense of balance. The desert was unpredictable, so forging harmony between the people, the land, and the cosmos was not just an ideal, but a necessity. Ritual, then, was an ongoing conversation with the forces that governed rain, sun, growth, and death. The sweet smell of burning juniper or sage smoke often suffused the air during these gatherings as participants prayed for the blessings of the Kachina spirits, divine intermediaries that, in the traditions inherited or paralleled by Pueblo descendants, controlled the weather and fertility. Each dancer's footstep, each swirl of colour in woven cotton sashes, each tinkle of shell or bone ornament resonated with mythic echoes. Beyond the grandeur of these cosmic alignments, life in the canyons unfolded in day-to-day routines. Women often rose before dawn. They ground the previous day's harvest of corn into flour, using a stone slab and handstone. Rhythmic scraping filled the hush before sunrise. Men might prepare to trek to outlying fields or to set out on hunts, carrying bows strung with sinew, quivers stocked with arrows tipped by stone or bone points. Children fetched water from distant wells or springs, balancing pottery jars carefully. The path to these water sources was never assured. A misstep could shatter a jar or twist an ankle. Yet they learned from an early age the importance of vigilance in a harsh world. Potters shaped lumps of clay into graceful bowls or tall jars with flared rims. They used slip made from local minerals to paint geometric patterns, a swirl here, a ladder design there, that reflected not only aesthetic sensibilities but also communal identity. Each design might evoke stories of migration or the shapes of constellations overhead. Firing these vessels required a carefully tended outdoor hearth or small kiln, reliant on limited supplies of wood or dried dung. The results were prized, not just for daily use, but for trade. A well-crafted pot might travel hundreds of miles, exchanged for turquoise, shell beads, or cotton from distant valleys. In the midday heat, families sought shelter within the thick walls of their dwellings, emerging only as shadows lengthened. The evenings were social, filled with the bartering of produce or gossip, the laughter of children at play, the murmur of elders conferring about whether the next year's harvest would be enough. Smoke from cooking fires drifted lazily over the rooftops. In these hours, the desert seemed kinder, painted in soft oranges and purples, a realm of fleeting comfort before night's chill. Despite their achievements, the Anasazi communities were not entirely insulated from strife. Disputes over water rights, farmland boundaries, or trade deals might have flared, though the archaeological record, being silent on specifics, can only hint at the politics of the day. Traces of fortifications in some outlying areas and cliff dwellings in places like Mesa Verde suggest periods of heightened tension. Warfare, if it existed, might have been small-scale, more akin to raids than grand battles. Still, the sense of threat could be enough to inspire communities to relocate to more defensible positions high in the cliffs, where ladders could be drawn up to keep enemies at bay. Allies, too, were crucial. The Anasazi's web of trade relationships likely depended on stable alliances with neighbours. Friendly ties to the Mogollon culture to the south, or the Hohokam near the Salt and Gila rivers, or the Fremont peoples in the north, might have ensured the exchange of ideas and genetics, as well as goods. The presence of Mesoamerican symbols or goods suggests a more distant connection, though how direct these ties were remains unclear. Did Chaco host emissaries from far south? Did caravans link these desert societies with realms where cacao pods and macaw parrots thrived in a lush environment? Clues exist in the form of macaw remains and possible chocolate residue in pottery, but the details of that network remain the domain of speculation. Yet, it's easy to imagine caravans forging dusty roads, each traveller carrying not just goods, but stories from lands beyond the horizon. Over centuries, the Anasazi constructed and then abandoned certain sites. The reasons might have been environmental. A series of years with diminishing rainfall could reduce crop yields to near starvation levels, or the local wood supplies might have been overexploited, leaving few trees for roof beams or for fueling the ovens that fired pottery. Populations might shift to a more fertile region, or to an area near a newly discovered water source. Each move was both a practical and a spiritual negotiation, with leaders, possibly clan elders or priests, mediating the decision through prayer and a divination. They might read portents in the flight of birds, in patterns of cloud, in the swirl of dust devils on the horizon. At times, these relocations were partial, A village might send out a group to found a new settlement, while some families stayed behind. Trails between them ensured the sharing of crops, livestock, and manpower. The Chaco system itself appears to have undergone phases, a golden age around the 11th century, with massive building projects and a flourishing population, followed by a gradual tapering off. Some great houses show expansions that abruptly ended, half-finished walls that hint at a workforce that never returned. Meanwhile, new centers arose, like Aztec ruins to the north, suggesting a dynamic but tenuous arrangement of growth and exodus. By the late 1200s, what the outside world would later call the Anasazi Heartland, in places like Mesa Verde and Cayenta, started showing signs of stress. Tree ring data, gleaned by modern scholars, indicates prolonged drought intervals. These data suggest that, year upon year, the meagre rains might have faltered, leaving once productive fields brittle and prone to dust storms. As harvests diminished, tensions could have flared over the few arable pockets that remained. The seeds of conflict or mass relocation might have been sown not by malice, but by the raw desperation that comes from watching your cornfields wither. The ancient population, already reliant on precarious water strategies, might have found itself unable to adapt to a string of failed harvests. Archaeological evidence too hints that in certain areas, housing grew more defensive, cliff dwellings perched higher, with fewer entry points, as though families retreated behind stone defences. Pottery styles changed, becoming simpler and perhaps reflecting a transitory life, while certain luxurious goods, macaws, seashells, turquoise, became rarer. Meanwhile, in the deeper corners of the canyons, an undercurrent of unease might have settled over the Kiva ceremonies. Priests and elders, once confident in their ability to appeal to the sky for rain, might have found their prayers answered only by scorching dryness and the whisper of wind over dead farmland. Yet, in the first decades of the 1300s, a stranger phenomenon took hold. Entire communities emptied in some regions. Houses stood with doorways unsealed, kivas half-filled with wind-blown sand. Storage rooms left with partially consumed provisions. It was as though families left quickly, not even pausing to reclaim their leftover corn or to tear down the beams that cost so much labour to haul. Pieces of daily life, pottery shards, stone tools, leftover baskets, lay scattered, indicating an abrupt or at least urgent departure. The desert soon crept in, dust sifting through doorways, rodents nesting in vacated corners, ravens perching on silent rooftops. And so the stage was set for a disappearance that no single explanation could fully illuminate. Indeed, the Anasazi had shown resilience for centuries, adapting to prior cycles of drought, forging alliances, relocating when needed. Why did they not recover this time? Did something else coincide with drought? A surge in conflict or disease? Or did the meltdown of their social or religious structures break their collective will, leaving them to scatter into smaller, more viable enclaves? The questions echo through time. This, then, is the world that existed just before 1300 CE in the desert southwest. A tapestry of integrated communities, from the high alcove dwellings in Mesa Verde to the broad expanse of Chaco Canyon's great houses, from the Cayenta region's farm plots beneath looming monoliths to the wide, sun-scorched plains dotted with smaller hamlets. Life was everywhere, if one knew where to look. From cradle to grave, people's days followed a steady rhythm tuned to the desert's extremes and the ephemeral gift of water. In the evenings, smoke rose from domestic hearths, carrying with it the aroma of stewing beans and corn. Children played among the milling stones, wearing small sandals that had to be replaced every season. Farmers prayed for the timely arrival of the summer rains, while potters and weavers refined their crafts. And high above them, the cosmos performed its ancient pageant, with each star traversing an arc that watchers had mapped for generations. Yet beneath that steady hum of life, the environment and social frameworks were shifting. The tree rings would later reveal an extended dryness that hammered the region in successive waves. Oral traditions, preserved among Pueblo peoples to this day, would speak of migrations, of ancestors who once lived in the canyons and then moved on because the land no longer supported them, or because spiritual instruction said it was time to seek new homes. A hush of anticipation filled the final years or decades, as if the entire desert was holding its breath, waiting for an exhalation that would scatter its population. To the observer on the ground, had there been an outsider with a journal to record the details, the change might have been visible in subtle ways. More groups of travellers passing through, sharing rumours of dry springs elsewhere, possibly fewer caravans from certain directions, pointing to disruptions in trade routes or alliances. Potters might have remarked that their clay sources were harder to work because the local stream had slowed to a trickle. Healers or spiritual leaders might have noted an uptick in ailments as malnutrition set in. And in the kivas, the rituals might have grown more urgent, more pleading in tone, as if each dance or chant tried to reforge a bond with the spirits of the land to keep the desert from closing in. Those who lived in smaller farmsteads might have been the first to leave, taking what they could carry, loading the rest onto dogs or carrying them in woven sacks. Extended families could have formed caravans themselves, heading in search of rumoured water sources or following old migratory routes that ancestors once travelled. In time, the outlying villages around the great houses might have gone silent, leaving only the spiritual or ceremonial centres as holdouts. Even in a place like Chaco Canyon, by then partially diminished as a hub, the population might have shrunk to a few hundred or even fewer, a skeleton crew still lighting hearth fires in the great houses' once crowded plazas. To stand in those plazas at dawn would have been eerie, the echo of footsteps long gone. Ladders leaning against walls no longer saw the daily traffic of feet. Storehouses that once brimmed with corn might now sit only partially filled. A hush replaced the chatter of voices. Perhaps the final inhabitants did not see themselves as departing forever. They might have believed a cycle would turn again, bringing rain, bringing cosmic alignment that favoured renewal. They might have planned to return once conditions improved, but for many, that day never came. Across the wide southwestern skies, storms occasionally grumbled, bringing fleeting sheets of rain that hammered the desert floor. At night, the wind carried the scents of wet earth mixed with mesquite smoke. Lightning storms lit up the blackness like a cosmic dance. But if the precipitation was sporadic, or if the ephemeral streams ran only a short while before drying again, it would not be enough to sustain a population needing stable farmland. Possibly, as rations dwindled, tensions grew. Family lines might have turned on each other, or younger generations might have lost faith in the old spiritual leadership, forging out on their own. The sense that a threshold had been crossed, that the land would no longer yield the way it had, grew unshakable. At last, around 1300 CE, entire swaths of this territory seemed to have cleared out. In some places, the exodus might have taken years, in others, perhaps a single season. Cliff dwellings like those at Mesa Verde were left with half-finished weaving projects or half-eaten cobs in granaries, as if those who inhabited them had no time or no will to gather their belongings in full. Over in Chaco Canyon, Rooms that once held ceremonial objects fell silent. The desert resumed its slow reclamation, letting dust accumulate in the corners and wind devils swirl through abandoned courtyards. The abruptness of the final flight, the gleaning or leaving behind of precious items, the ways in which certain kivas were ritually closed or not, all of it remained subject to scholarly interpretation. Even the question of universal violence, some believe warfare or raids forced the Anasazi out, while others find only moderate signs of conflict. Drought and resource scarcity remain the strongest threads in the tapestry, but we cannot see all the stitches. Oral traditions from modern Pueblo groups, like the Hopi, Zuni and others, speak of migrations that followed instructions from spiritual messengers, telling them to leave old homelands and resettle in new ones, forging the foundation of the Pueblos we know today. In those traditions, the departure was less an end than a transformation, a continuing journey that shaped the identity of future generations. But for the vast architectural wonders left behind, cliff palaces perch precariously in canyon alcoves, great houses aligned to cosmic arcs, earthen roads stretching across the desert, the result was silence. Stone walls that once echoed with voices and footsteps were taken over by ravens, lizards, and the unrelenting desert wind. Painted plaster flaked off murals in hidden ceremonial chambers. Doorways framed only the emptiness beyond, showcasing vistas of an empty canyon. Day by day, the signs of human presence faded until, to a casual observer centuries later, it looked as though the place had never been truly alive. Even as that hush descended, there was no single moment everyone collectively recognized as the end. Life transitions rarely offer such clarity. Some families might have lingered, hoping for a sudden shift in weather patterns. Others might have joined kin in more fertile valleys closer to the Rio Grande or the Little Colorado River. Over generations, the cohesive identity that built places like Pueblo Bonito or the massive dwellings in Cayenta country dissolved, but it did not disappear entirely. In the new villages of the eastern or southern horizons, echoes of the old ways persisted, weaving patterns, pottery designs, kiva ceremonies. The memory of ancestral lands was preserved in stories, told and retold, about great houses built in the land we left behind. Yet for those original canyon homes, the final nights must have been both solemn and subdued. Flickering fires might have lit a last communal meal in a great house plaza, silhouettes of dancers casting spidery shapes on walls. The next dawn found footprints leading away, perhaps following a route that the old ones claimed had been foretold in dreams. The deserted structures soon lost their plaster sheen, battered by the extremes of desert summers and winters, by the expansions and contractions of clay mortar under scorching midday heat and freezing nights. And the desert, with infinite patience, began its quiet task of swallowing the signs of human ambition. One could stand at an overlook above Chaco Canyon in those final days. Imagine you are a traveler arriving from a distant land looking forward to the famed great houses. You'd see some rooftops caved in, few people visible. You'd find storerooms half empty, kivas with entrance ladders missing, the desert wind carrying only the faintest echo of what must have once been a lively hub of trade and ceremony. You'd sense a hush so deep it felt almost like a physical presence. Perhaps you'd climb the steps of a great house calling out a greeting, but only your echo would come back. Where had they gone? Why so suddenly? The remains of meal scraps or a pile of weaving tools might be scattered on the floor, as if the owners had intended to return, but never did. This is the moment, suspended in time, before the Exodus becomes a matter of historical record and archaeological speculation, before the relics left behind become the puzzle pieces of centuries later investigators. This is the threshold, the hush, the final breath of a civilization in its heartland, a culture that had thrived for centuries in a place where many said humans should not be able to thrive at all. And then, at last, the canyons of the southwest stand empty of those original inhabitants. The ravens wheel overhead, searching for scraps. The desert dust coats the thresholds, burying footprints one gust at a time. Kivas remain, but their fire pits grow cold, their roof timbers crack in the dryness. Far off, perhaps, you might see the last of a group disappearing over a ridge, the sun behind them, journeying into a future beyond the desert's stony memory. In the final stillness, the shapes of those great houses stand as silhouettes against the fading light, a testament to the people who once shaped the desert to their needs, and who left behind only silent halls and the faint footprints of a life erased. They fled in slow streams, families gathering what they could carry, blankets, clay vessels, woven bags of seeds, the few keepsakes that spoke of ancestry, and drifted away from the canyon floors and the towering pueblos that had once been beacons of life in an unforgiving land. The fires in the great kivas had cooled to ash, the wind rattling through wooden ladders that no longer felt the press of many feet, and those left behind gazed upon empty thresholds and silent courtyards, wondering how a flourishing society could so swiftly lose its hold on the place it had tamed for centuries. In the wake of so many footsteps, the desert only deepened its hush, absorbing every sign of the Exodus. Where the crackle of harvest fires had once echoed across canyon walls, where the laughter of children and the song of prayers had shimmered under the broad southwestern sky, stillness now settled in a way that felt more final than any momentary lull. Archaeologists peering into the dust of these old places centuries later found the remains of a sudden departure that was both visible in its abruptness and obscured by time's layering effect. In some abandoned alcove dwellings, corn cobs were left half-stored in granaries, as though families had intended to return at the next harvest cycle, but never did. Pots still rested on hearths caked with soot. The plastered walls of living spaces bore faint traces of painted symbols, images of clan emblems or cosmic narratives. It appeared as though the Anasazi had not meticulously packed up every belonging. Rather, many had departed quickly, without the slow dismantling of household structures that might accompany a long-planned relocation. Their footprints vanished into the rocky trails that wound through sagebrush and pinyon, leaving behind a vacuum of human presence where once entire communities thrived. This departure, which began in earnest around the late 1200s and intensified by 1300 CE, sowed the seeds of a mystery that has occupied generations of researchers. Some turned to the battered bones of the canyon floors themselves, reading patterns in the sediment and the half-buried rubble of collapsed walls, while others drilled cores into ancient tree stumps that still stood on remote slopes, using tree rings to reconstruct the rainfall and temperature fluctuations of centuries past. Those tree rings whispered of repeated drought cycles, intervals when the rains faltered for years on end, leaving the desert baked and unyielding. They also spoke of occasional bursts of moisture that might have temporarily relieved the dryness but not reversed the deeper trend. In the rings of ancient pines and Douglas firs, scientists found evidence that the late 1200s saw especially severe drought periods, more relentless and prolonged than usual, which may have driven the Anasazi to desperation. where once they had balanced precariously on the edge of a sustainability, reliant on canal networks, stone check dams, and a spiritual trust in the cyclical kindness of the land, now that balance was shattered by uncooperative skies. Yet drought alone does not always force entire populations to uproot themselves, particularly when they have weathered lesser droughts in the past through resourcefulness and communal will. Enter the arrowheads, small, sharp points discovered in strata that dated to the last decades of occupation in certain outlying sites. Some archaeologists found them embedded in the remains of defensive structures or scattered near the rubble of partially burned dwellings, suggesting not just the presence of conflict, but the possibility that external or internal strife had escalated at the same time that the environment was offering less sustenance. Did hunger drive some groups to raid others? Or did the slow breakdown of communal alliances lead to feuds over remaining farmland and water sources? The record is ambiguous, for arrowheads are not diaries. They do not speak of the reasons behind violence, only that conflict might have flared. A few skeletons bearing cut marks or signs of abrupt burial hint at sporadic episodes of brutality, reinforcing the notion that stress had turned neighbour against neighbour, or that migrating peoples clashed with established communities fighting to hold their ground. Some had hypothesized that rival clans, newly arrived from the north, pressed into Anasazi territory, fueling a cycle of raids and retaliations. Others argued that existing tensions within the Anasazi population, complicated by factional differences in ritual practices, may have erupted when scarcity turned everyday negotiations into survival struggles. Further complicating this tapestry of stressors was the possibility of disease, carried along trade routes that once brought prosperity. Macaw feathers, seashells, chocolate traces in pottery. These spoke of robust exchanges stretching deep into Mesoamerica. But trade corridors also carried pathogens, and if a new illness foreign to local immune systems entered these desert communities, it could have sapped their resilience. Skeletal remains sometimes show signs of malnutrition or infection in the decades before final abandonment, but conclusive evidence of a pandemic-level event remains elusive. Even so, one can imagine how a combination of water scarcity, failing harvests, rising tensions, and possible outbreaks might conspire to unsettle the social bedrock that had sustained the Anasazi for centuries. Stories linger among the modern Pueblo tribes, Hopi, Zuni, Keres, Tanoan speakers, of ancestral migrations guided by spiritual instructions to move from older homelands into the Pueblos where they dwell today. These oral traditions speak not simply of catastrophe, but of purposeful journeys, of searching for the place that was center, or for where their emerging ancestors intended them to settle. The exodus from Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde, from Kayenta and beyond, may have been as much a spiritual imperative as an environmental or political necessity. Priests and clan elders might have interpreted the repeated failures of rain or the rising conflicts as signs that they had fulfilled their time in those canyons. Their sacred narratives told them it was the hour to return to older pathways of migration, leading them to the middle place, the next chapter in their people's story. Thus, the flight did not feel like a mere displacement, but like an ordained continuation of a cosmic plan, though wrought with hardship. Modern Pueblo peoples affirm that the Anasazi were not lost in any conventional sense. Their descendants live on, carrying the old traditions forward in different landscapes, places where rivers still flow more reliably, or high plateaus offer fresh farmland. Architecture changed, The multi-story cliff palaces gave way to the more compact, earthen pueblos that dot the mesas and valleys of present-day New Mexico and Arizona. Rituals evolved but retained core elements: kivas, masked dances, clan structures, the cyclical prayers for rain, the careful weaving of cotton, or the painting of pottery and symbolic motifs. In that sense, the Anasazi exodus was not an end but a transition, a single arc in a longer story of movement and adaptation that had already played out in earlier migrations and would continue as each generation sought to find its rightful place in a shifting world. Still, to European explorers and settlers who arrived centuries later, stumbling upon the vacant ruins was a profound shock. They found multi-roomed stone buildings perched on cliff faces, accessible only by narrow handholds or ropes, and labyrinthine complexes in canyon bottoms, with rooms stacked so high it seemed improbable that a primitive people could have managed such construction. Sensational theories abounded. Lost tribes of Israel, travelers from other continents, or mythical dwarves. Only in the 20th century did systematic archaeological work unravel that these were indigenous achievements, products of a sophisticated society adapted to desert life in ways that confounded the illusions of a simpler, more ignorant past. Even so, early archaeologists often relied on terms like Anasazi, a Navajo word often translated as ancient enemies or ancient foreigners, though that translation is debated, which modern Pueblo peoples now view as problematic. Today, many prefer terms like Ancestral Puebloans, acknowledging the continuity of culture linking the ancient sites to modern tribes. In unearthing the deeper layers of these dwellings, strata containing successive floors, plaster murals, or caches of ceremonial items, researchers discovered a society that valued communal organization, spiritual practice, and artistry as much as it valued pragmatic survival. Oversized kivas, known as great kivas, suggested large-scale ritual gatherings, perhaps bridging multiple communities with shared beliefs in cosmic forces. Painted designs inside some kivas showed figures that might be kachinas or symbolic representations of ancestors, deities, or cosmic phenomena. These images, silent yet arresting, became windows into a worldview that tied every aspect of daily life, planting, harvesting, weaving, building, to the cycles of sun and moon, the arch of constellations across the night sky, and the moral imperative of living in harmony with the land. But harmony, once broken, can be difficult to restore. The land around Chaco Canyon or Mesa Verde might have been slow to forgive overuse, deforestation, or the demands of a growing population. Some researchers argue that by the Anasazi's peak, the region's fragile environment had been pushed near its limits. Large-scale building demanded timber from farther and farther away, forcing people to trek into mountains at increasing distances. Hunting game, once relatively abundant, became more difficult as local deer herds were depleted. The long roads that once symbolized a thriving network were pathways to competition, conflict, and the potential infiltration of discontent. The precariousness of desert agriculture, reliant on a few well-timed rains, turned lethal when multi-year drought arrived without mercy. Families that once pooled resources might have found themselves with no surplus to share, and reciprocity broke down. Where once clan leaders negotiated trade alliances, they now contended with neighbours also caught in crisis. Though the final exodus was more gradual than a single event, The culminating effect was a staggering emptiness. Mesa tops that had once glimmered with the lights of small farming communities at dusk were blanketed in darkness, their residents gone. Cliff dwellings that had echoed with family voices and the pounding of ceremonial drums in the deep hours of the night were left to house only the nesting of swallows and the silent swirl of dust motes. Across the canyon floors, where footprints had once overlapped in a daily dance of commerce, the sand filled them, removing layer by layer each hint of humanity's presence. Pottery, shattered by time, lay in faint shards that the wind, over centuries, scattered far from their original homes. The roads, once so meticulously straight, grew faint, their edges succumbing to erosion or covered by sagebrush and grasses that took hold in the cracks. Modern roads and highways built atop or near these ancient paths carried 20th century explorers and visitors to marvel at the ruins. Antiquarians and looters dug haphazardly into walls, retrieving ceramic bowls or jewellery for private collections, often destroying precious context that archaeologists rely on to piece together the story. Later, professional digs attempted to salvage what was left of the record, carefully sifting through collapsed roofing beams to glean dendrochronological data, analysing pollen grains buried in floors to reconstruct diet and climate, reading the geometry of building alignments to see how thoroughly these ancient societies had mapped cosmic events onto their everyday structures. The revelations were many. Carefully cut masonry blocks formed to a standard ratio, repeated motifs in pottery that strongly suggested cultural continuity across large distances, sophisticated knowledge of cardinal directions and solar arcs. Yet the biggest question, why so many would walk away from their ancestral homes, remained incomplete, with each new piece of data adding nuance without offering definitive closure. Some southwestern tribes maintain that the answer is self-evident. It was time to move on. The spiritual journeys of their ancestors had always involved migrations, as guided by prophecy, story, and sacred instructions. Farming amid dryness demanded not just pragmatic cunning, but cosmic sanction, and once the land no longer sanctioned it, the rightful action was to depart, to search for the next place where the ancestors pointed. The heartbreak of leaving behind great stone houses might have been mitigated by faith that a new home, a new centre, awaited them further east along the Rio Grande or south along the Little Colorado, where water, farmland, and holy approval converge to form stable communities that still exist today in the form of Hopi mesas, Zuni pueblos, and the Rio Grande villages. In these living communities, Grand Kivas remain in the form of ceremonial spaces. Dances continue to honor the kachinas or sacred beings, and the potency of tradition echoes the structures once built in the canyons. In that sense, the disappearance from Chaco or Mesa Verde is simply one chapter in a very long book of resilience, not the final page of a lost civilization. Yet for outside observers, for travelers who stand among the silent ruins, the sense of erasure can feel profound. The elaborate architecture now hosts the wind, the occasional serpent gliding between shadows, and the watchful stare of ravens perched on fractured walls. In the hush of midday, one can almost hear footsteps that are not there. Imagine voices from the past that once discussed the yield of corn, the arrangement of a ceremony, the forging of a marriage alliance. These illusions flicker across the threshold of the mind, then dissolve, reminding us that time eventually levels every human construction if the lines of memory and continuity are not maintained. The arrowheads, the tree rings, the scattered remains of deserted households, each is a clue, but none is a definitive answer. Strife and famine, climate shifts, and the intangible currents of spiritual guidance all merged into a force that overcame the remarkable adaptability the Anasazi had displayed for centuries. It may be that different regions saw different catalysts. Cliff dwellers might have faced security threats first, while canyon dwellers saw farmland degrade. Some communities might have been pulled away by promising reports of better water sources, while others were pushed away by conflict or environmental collapse. A swirl of partial truths replaced any single, simple narrative of downfall. And even if water returned or conflict eased years later, the people had found new homes, forging new relationships to new soils, new skies. In that emptiness, one can see a testament to how quickly a society can unravel in the face of compound pressures. Even advanced knowledge of astronomy, architecture, and communal labor practices could not forever shield the Anasazi from the harsh cycles of the desert. In the same breath, one sees that they did not simply vanish. They walked onward, carrying their beliefs and crafts to new locations, effectively rendering these canyon homes as historical footprints. Their diaspora, if one may call it that, scattered them among neighboring tribes, weaving them into the tapestry of southwestern cultures that blossomed in later centuries. The Kayenta region's designs, for instance, show up in certain types of Hopi pottery. Genes and clan identities from the Mesa Verde area possibly melted into the populations living near the Rio Grande. At the same time, the overall southwestern identity was enriched by these merging lineages, forging a horizon in which new forms of agriculture, new patterns of ceremony, and new alliances emerged. Yet the desert keeps its secrets well, and so we are left with the inescapable sense that we can never fully reconstruct the day-by-day experiences of those final years. The few footprints, arrowheads, and tree ring charts speak in half languages. We can guess that watchers on the highest mesa tops scanned the horizon for signs of rain clouds, that mothers consoled children frightened by rumors of enemies or by the sight of withering crops, that elders recited old stories in hushed tones while deciding if the time had come to gather all kin and follow the winding track to a rumored lush valley. Above them, the same cosmos they once charted continued its slow, inexorable dance. The sun rose and set, equinoxes came and went, and at intervals that once would have prompted great communal feasts or building expansions, the plazas remained eerily quiet. Modern visitors who hike among these ruins sometimes report an emotional resonance that transcends the architectural grandeur. It is not merely awe at the craftsmanship of multi-story buildings or the precariously perched cliff houses. It is a sense of lingering presence, of people who lived, prayed, laughed, and then departed, carrying the intangible heart of that place with them. One might stumble upon a petroglyph carved into the canyon wall, a human figure, an animal shape, or swirling abstract patterns. What did that artist want future generations to remember? Perhaps it was an invocation for rainfall, or a story of ancestral beings, or a message about unity. Now it stands half eroded, half visible, the key to its meaning lost somewhere on the road out of the canyon. Archaeologists have painstakingly catalogued the distribution of arrowhead styles, some notched in a way that suggests local tradition, others evidently crafted by or traded from more distant groups. The presence of foreign arrowheads near the end of occupation layers might hint at conflict with outsiders, or it might be a sign that new alliances formed, people relocating to the area briefly before all collectively moved on. Conflicting interpretations of the same handful of artifacts can pivot the entire narrative from invaded and displaced to voluntary merging of tribes. In the swirling dust of partial evidence, one can see how the Southwest offers a microcosm of all the complexities that define human migration and cultural change. Tree rings, too, reveal conflicting patterns. Some local microclimates might have had decent rainfall in certain years, even as others suffered dryness so severe that entire pine stands died off. So maybe some communities thrived a bit longer, while others reached a breaking point sooner. Genetic studies of ancient remains suggest that these pockets did not exist in isolation. Clan affiliations or shared ancestry spanned large territories, meaning that when push came to shove, families in drought-stricken areas could try to join relatives in better watered zones. In that swirl of movement, the once consistent identity of a place like Chaco Canyon no longer held the same gravitational pull. The Heartland concept fractured, communities scattered, and what the old texts call the Anasazi slowly receded into a mosaic of local groups evolving in different directions. By the time Spanish explorers arrived in the 16th century, they found pueblos that had established themselves in more stable regions near major rivers or high plateaus. These pueblo communities, though subject to new challenges and influences, carried forth traces of the old designs, the kiva traditions, the weaving patterns, the clan-based governance. Yet, when Spaniards inquired about the grand ruins they occasionally encountered, they received only legends of earlier times, ancestors who built in stone before departing to fulfill the instructions of the spirits. For the new arrivals, the silent stone complexes were indeed ancient, akin to biblical references of lost cities. They lacked the depth of recognition that modern archaeology has painstakingly acquired. And so, in the modern era, we stand on the rim of these great vacated complexes, calling them by names like Pueblo Bonito or Cliff Palace, and we attempt to piece together the puzzle from fragments, the climate data from tree rings, the scattered arrowheads, the vestiges of pottery found in the last occupation layers, the faint footprints in now collapsed rooms, the echoes in living Pueblo oral histories. Each artifact or story illuminates a corner of the broader stage, but the entire drama of departure, the emotional weight of leaving behind layered generations of prayers in the plastered walls, remains elusive. We are left with the physical testament, a life erased from these canyons, undone by a swirl of ecological, social, and spiritual factors that we can only approximate. In that testament, there lies a caution and a wonder. The caution is that even advanced knowledge, like astronomy, architecture, communal farming, does not render a people immune to deep environmental shifts or internal fractures. The wonder is that a society can endure in a demanding place for so many centuries, weaving elaborate roads and forging alliances, building multi-story stone structures aligned to the cosmos, and nurturing a spiritual life that soared as high as the desert's infinite sky. The final departure from the cliff dwellings and the canyon great houses did not signal the end of that spirit. It merely relocated it, scattering seeds into new soils, ensuring that what lived in the hearts of the Anasazi found continuity among new landscapes and adjacent tribes. Today, the desert stands as it did centuries ago, hot, windswept, breathtaking in its stark beauty. The stone homes remain, half-ruined, a museum of silhouettes that conjure human presence out of empty doorways and dust-swept rooms. Ravens swoop overhead, guided by ancient instincts that know nothing of human migrations. Tourists file through in small groups, guided by park rangers who recite the known facts, the scientific theories, the interpretive leaps. they sometimes fall silent at the thresholds of old kivas, imagining the dancing shadows of the ancestors. Wind brushing across the canyon walls might sound like distant chanting, or it might simply be the hush that waits when an entire people has chosen to move on, leaving behind only the architecture of memory. In that hush we find the abiding paradox. The Anasazi's world is at once accessible, its buildings and roads, its pottery and corn cobs still physically present, and forever unreachable, as the motives and daily choices that shaped their final days dissolved into the intangible realm of story. Whether in dryness or conflict or sacred instruction, they departed. Their footprints led to other tribes, other soils, other times, weaving themselves into the living tapestry of the Pueblo world. The empty canyon that once rang with their voices now offers only partial echoes, faint and mesmerizing, encouraging us to contemplate both the fragility and resilience of human cultures. Across the centuries, the old stones remain, a testament to how quickly the land reclaims what is left behind, and how deeply a people's spirit can endure when it is carried in the hearts of their descendants, even as their old homes become a desert secret, haunting in its beauty, a silent witness to the relentless flow of time.